Hello, everyone. Welcome to the database working group session here at RIPE 91. My name is Peter. I'm one of the co-chairs together with David, who you'll be seeing up on stage in a few minutes. First, as I said, this is database working group. If you're looking for IPv6, it's that room over there. They have 128 bit addresses, so they need the nice wide room to handle it. We'd like to thank the scribe, the stenographers, of course. We have sent the minutes for the previous database working group session at RIPE 90 to the mailing list. We sent it in June, and then we did a reminder last week. We received no comments, so it seems like the minutes are perfect, as they always are. And opening up the floor to any last second comments or corrections. And I see nobody looking for a microphone. Are there any comments online? Nope. All right, then I declare the minutes for the RIPE 90 session to be final, and we will get that updated on the website soon. Piotr has done a lot of work in cleaning up the action list and minutes archives. I want to give thanks for that. Ed will be talking about that also during his presentation. But because it's such a big task and such an important task for the history of this database, for the working group, that we also wanted to give it a shout out here in the opening. And with that, I will hand over to David to go over the NWIs.
Hi, everybody. Today this is going to be a short NWI update. Most of the text on the slides is exactly what I'm saying in person, in case I'm stuttering my way through this presentation, because maybe I'm kind of hard to understand. This is just so you can see what I've said. Beginning with NWI2, the objectives were to lift arbitrary limitations in the retrieval of historical objects. So when the historical objects were implemented, Dennis has implemented some, at the time, arbitrary limitations, and NWI2 aims to remove them or reevaluate whether they are necessary. Right now, the history of recreated objects is not visible, and this NWI would also make it possible to retrieve the history of an object even after it has been deleted. So if you, for example, create an inetnum object, delete it, recreate it, you'd be able to see the original object. Since RIPE 69, when it was first declared, there has been little to no discussion. and going through 11 years of email threads, I didn't really find a lot of concrete information leading me to believe that there is not much interest in this NWI. I would suggest we close this NWI after 11 years, and in case people would like to reevaluate this specific use case or interest comes up again, we can always just reopen it or create a new one. During this presentation, I have 2 more of these your thoughts slides. In case you have something to say, please come up to the microphones.
Neil O'Reilly, still right Vice Chair, not for much longer. I suggest we just all applaud this last proposal and definitely give a clear sense of how's that.
NWI 17 was created from the database task force, specifically action point 4.1. Historical data is an important thing to have in the RIPE database, be it for law enforcement agencies, LEAs, or for research purposes. This data, of course, needs to be treated extremely carefully as it might contain PII, so personally identifiable information. And the database task force recommendation talks about limiting access to research and specifying criteria for researchers to access the data. Now, I've gone through all of the email threads I could find about this NWI, and I couldn't find anybody talking about this specific part where it says RIPE NCC grants access to researchers who need it according to the specific criteria. Nobody discussed any criteria, so I'd like to suggest 3 action points. Now, looking at the discussion, some people are in favor of just closing the NWI, but there's some concern as the database task force recommendations are founded on something, and just closing the NWIs without action doesn't really help realize the purpose of the database task force. The other people who are in favor of keeping the NWI open to evaluate the GDPR compliance of or the privacy compliance of the objects in the RIPE database haven't really talked about the rest of the NWI. So my action points would be 1 of 3. We could create another email thread to start fresh after this discussion has been lying around for quite a long time. But I'd like to say that the impact analysis that was published on this NWI clearly states that the RIPE NCC is the data controller. So the RIPE community is not responsible for GDPR compliance or anything else. In this case, the RIPE NCC is responsible for ensuring the data is GDPR compliant and everything is within the legal means. We don't have the capacity for this. We don't have a legal team. So the RIPE NCC's legal department and for example, Maria, who have done an impact analysis on this, are the experts. I would alternatively suggest we continue with this NWI, but drop the criteria to find research, drop the criteria to find research access criteria, as there has been little to no interest, or alternatively just close the NWI and then state that the NCC is responsible for realizing this data protection compliance. Does anybody have any thoughts on this? Peter, is anything online? Okay. NWI 20. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Since nobody has any thoughts, do you have a recommendation among those 3 options?
I would personally go ahead and recommend closing the NWI, since even after several attempts to heat it up again, there has been little to no interest from the community, and the current situation points to it being a better NWI being closed. NWI 20 is the newest NWI, and it concerns adding additional methods of contact to RIPE database objects, and also fixing an inconsistency between person and role objects. So right now it's possible for a person object to be created with just a phone number and a role object to be created with just an email address. This inconsistency came from the original draft now 30 years ago, where it wasn't really expected for every person to have an email address, but everybody had a phone number. We'd like to fix this inconsistency and only make email addresses a requirement, leaving out phone numbers. We'd also like to add a new attribute to these objects, allowing a URI for alternative modes of messaging. So if the Splat user group came together, different Splat users could find their contacts in the RIPE database and use their preferred mode of communication. Now, there's been a lot of lively discussion about this NWI, about 40 different emails in just a few weeks. Retroactively enforcing the email address on all person objects would require changing about 1 million person objects. And you probably also run your infrastructure. You have objects in the RIPE database, and many people just create person objects and leave them be for years. And getting people to move, if you tell them to move, is kind of difficult. So the chances of everybody jumping up and updating 1 million person objects is very slim. There's also been some concern about this having to go through a RIPE policy development process. As this is an NWI, it's kind of the fast track of the policy development process, but all of this has been rectified. There's a few new things Ed is going to talk about. Specifically, we don't have to add email addresses to every person object for this NWI to be complete. We can simply update the template, and whoever doesn't want to add their email address yet can just leave their object as it is. In the future, when we want to change the object, email would become mandatory, and this way we could have a gradual rollout, or just leave all of the people who don't want to supply an email address, leave them be. And there's also been a comment from the RIPE policy officer. This NWI does not affect RIPE policy, so we can continue as we did. Now, of course, this has several benefits. Calling somebody on the phone or sending them a letter is becoming less and less common. So being able to, for example, call message operators using Teams, Splat, Signal, or whatever is a huge benefit, just to make people, just to make the communication between people easier. And the amount of personally identifiable information is actually reduced. So people can now, because they need to supply both a phone number and an address instead of an email address, with the implementation of this NWI and those requirements going away, it will allow users to remove their personal address and phone number from the database, which is significantly more personally identifiable than an email address, which can be completely anonymous. So I would say this is a big benefit for the privacy of the persons in the RIPE database. And if you have any thoughts, please come up to the mic.
Hi, I'm Leo Vigoda, and I'm one of the 3 people who put together the proposal for NWI 20. I would actually reverse the order of the bullet points in your first slide. The driver for this was not to align the requirements for person and role object.
Of course.
The driver for this was that all the contact methods had not been updated, no new contact methods have been added for more than 20 years, and the social use of contact methods has changed significantly. And so we, as the proposers, wanted to add the contact methods that people want to be contacted by. And so number 2, which is the adding of contact methods, or adding support for contact methods like Signal in the RIPE database, that was the driver. Because if someone wants to be contacted in a particular method, they are more likely to respond to you. Now, I personally don't have a particular objection to aligning the requirements and saying, hey, the minimum standard is email. That said, in my work on peering DB, I have had people come to me and say, hey, we don't have email. We have an email address. We will only open the email client to send an email. It is not integrated into our system. We don't use it. So while I have no objection to the aligning of person and role objects, I think it's about as reasonable, it's fine. I don't think it's actually going to do anything useful, because people who want to be contacted will give you the contact method that they want to be contacted by. If someone doesn't want to be contacted by email, they won't use an email address in the right database.
Mm-hmm.
So I would personally go and say, if you're only going to do part of this, do the adding support for new contact methods bit. And I appreciate the theoretical alignment of person and role object requirements, and saying, well, we need to have one method that is universal, but there is no universal method. And if you force people to use an email address, they will go and create one, validate it if they need to, and then they'll never look at it again. And I don't think it's a terrible thing, but I don't think it's particularly useful.
Yes.
So that's my comment on this. Mm-hmm. Essentially, we're dealing with people. I know this is a database in the middle, mm-hmm. but if the people don't want to be contacted by a particular contact method, it's not useful. And we just wanted to add new ways of letting people indicate how they want to be contacted.
Yeah, so the reason I formatted it this way was to have a consistent train of thought. So I wouldn't go I wouldn't talk about the attribute, then insert the inconsistency between person and role, and then go back to talking about the attributes. So this wasn't because I think the main purpose of this NWRI is aligning the person and role objects. This is kind of a side thing. Of course, this is the contact attributes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Neil O'Reilly again. You mentioned, I think you used the words that the NWI was sometimes seen as a PDP light or some such phrase.
I know it isn't. This was just a very, very short.
But it's a short and convenient way of putting it.
Yes.
But I think there are a number of people in our community who think of it in such a way and regard it even regard the NWI process as a means of evading proper policy foundation for what might be done. Personally, and I say this from a perspective of more than 5 years ago when I didn't have this role, and I think it will be my same perspective next week and afterwards when I don't have the role again of RIPE Vice Chair. We need to be sensible here. Engineering changes, introduction of new features, especially if the policy officer tells me they don't extend outside the current policy envelope, is just business as usual. Now, that said, there's the possibility of NWI creep outside the policy envelope, and that's something we have to guard against. And there's sort of working group chairs, members of working groups, members of the community generally need to bear in mind that a certain skepticism about assurances from the RIPE NCC, not because we don't trust them, but because we should always have a kind of not quite zero trust approach, but a trust and verify approach. If the NCC is telling us this change doesn't affect RIPE policy, nothing that we do to support the policy will be changed by this implementation, then at least we should ask ourselves, does this make sense? And if it does, great. And if it raises questions, then there's a debate to be had. But we needn't get into having a debate every time somebody moves a dot or a comma about whether we need to put this through the PDP. There's a there's a common sense to be put here. And if we remember, common sense was always something that Rob Blockchild came back to. Let's be sensible.
Thank you, Neil. Peter, is there anything online? All right. Next up is Ed with his operational update, and thank you for your time.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the introduction. My name is Ed Shrine. I work for the NCC in the database team as the product owner. This is the operational update. This is our team. So their work has gone into the update, and I'm presenting on their behalf. So progress since the last RIPE meeting. We've had 3 Whois releases, one in July. We added the new prefix then attribute to init_num and init_6num that was proposed at RIPE 90. It was very straightforward. We added it. It's now in use. LIR partition PA, we continued the work on aligning the database model, the database objects with policy. One inconsistency we found was that LIR partition PA was allowed under allocated unspecified. It made no sense. We've now fixed that. We've also created an internal tool to allow the registry team to audit the init_num and init_6num trees, so they can look at status and identify any inconsistencies remaining, and also be able to contact users and ask them to resolve it. They had the ability to see all of the prefixes that are affected. So hopefully that's a help in cleaning up the status data in the database. Next, do not apply counting for an authenticated maintainer's own objects. This is something I already mentioned at the last RIPE meeting. It makes sense, although the vast majority of queries are unauthenticated, but this is a way for you to comply with the daily limit by identifying yourself. You shouldn't be accounted for your own data. We implemented administrative status on ORDAP lookup. This is a cross-RIR effort to standardize ORDAP. Administrative status is meant for in-region objects, but are not allocated. So, for example, this is reserved space in region. Now we will return this administrative status. It's not the placeholder objects that are in the database. It's a new type. It's cross-RIR, and it's defined in the ORDAP spec. It's not yet in RIR search. We're implementing the RIR search spec bit by bit, but this is one step towards that. We had some issues, our users had some issues earlier this year with creating and updating domain objects. This was due to our zone master setup. We now will wait for a maximum 10 minutes. Whois was waiting for 5 minutes, but Zone Master allowed the test to run for 10 minutes, so it makes sense to align there. We also return a more user-friendly error if it does timeout. The vast majority of domain object creations and updates are well within that. They complete within a minute or two, but there's special cases where a name server may not be responsive, or a domain object has a lot of name servers. It will just take more time to validate, and it makes sense to wait longer for that to happen. So hopefully it seems to have reduced the number of errors. I've looked in the logs since the last RIPE meeting. These changes seem to have helped. We're now running the authoritative resources task every hour. So this is the list of in-region resources from each region. We previously were only updating them once a day at midnight, but different regions publish their resources at different times during the day. So now we are picking those up more quickly. So especially for inter-RIR transfers, this means that we're going to pick up changes more quickly. So you're going to see your resources in the correct region, or in our region, more quickly, both in and out of region. Second Whois update was in August. So we made a major upgrade in 118 to our web framework. That included changes to defaults. One of those defaults was to make path separators the encoding of path separators legacy, and it was dropped. That caused an issue for some of our users, unfortunately, so apologies for that. The intention there was to prevent malicious queries to bypass filtering or security checks by encoding path separators. But it doesn't affect whois. We don't present a file system. So this legacy behavior is fine for us and it helps our users. So it made no sense for us to deprecate that. So it's now supported again. Final release was in September. We're now supporting multiple maintainers for API keys and also OAuth2 access tokens. So when you create an API key, if you have more than one maintainer, you can use the same API key across multiple maintainers. That might help some of our users. Always add a warning when adding using password authentication. So as you all know, MD5 password authentication is being deprecated. It will be dropped at the end of this year. So we've added a message to all of the whois updates. In case you don't know already, we're going to put a warning in there to nag you, just to let you know that it is going away and you need to do something about it. And finally, there was a question on the mailing list about support for E164 enum, the E164 ARPA zone. We currently don't support that in ORDAP. It's not part of the spec. But we're investigating that. But in the meantime, we're returning a more meaningful error. It's saying 501 not implemented. We made some improvements to the web application. One thing that came up recently on the list was to make query very easy for users, make it very obvious what they're querying for, what's in the response. One small change was to highlight on each attribute in the query response what the attribute means. So casual user may not be aware of the details. So we're putting in the short text from whois into each of the attributes. So you can hover over that attribute key and see what it is. There's further improvements in the pipeline, but we thought that was a small incremental improvement that we could make. Next up was to support pasting in keys when creating a key search object. This has been a long-standing feature improvement we wanted to make, but in light of deprecating MD5, we think it's more important to make it easy to add PGP public keys or X509 certificates in a very easy way to the database. So now you can click on this little icon on the create page, creates pop-up, you paste in your key and you click OK, and it will separate each line into separate certif lines. So it makes it super easy to create a key cert object. Next up was to add a banner on the query page, also to get the word out that passwords are deprecated. Passwords, one change, we need to remove passwords from all of our environments, and we've started doing that already in our test environments. So hard-coded passwords in NCC maintainers need to go away. So now we've removed passwords from the front end in our test environments. What that means is you can go to update an object, you'll get a pop-up. You no longer need to type in the hard-coded password. You will just need to select which maintainer you want to authenticate as. And from then on, you're part of that maintainer's auth attributes. Your logged in SSO account is automatically added to it, and you can make changes to test data for testing. So you can do useful things like you can create a new allocation, you can create a new LIR, you can make fundamental changes for testing to reproduce your production environment in a safe way in test without needing passwords. And yeah, finally, as I said, we've added support to the front end as well to allow multiple maintainers when you're creating an API key. Whois outages? Now, normally this is my most interesting slide where I explain where everything went wrong and how we tried to fix it. But this time I've nothing to say. There were no major outages, thankfully, of the whois database between the last write meeting and now, thankfully. Now, I'm sure I've just jinxed myself, so we're due a major outage anytime soon. So hopefully not. But I'll come back to you the next write meeting with more news on that. We've updated the terms and conditions. Changes to the terms and conditions were adopted at the last executive board meeting in September. And these are in response to the excuse me, Digital Operational Resilience Act, DORA, which came into effect at the beginning of this year. While the requirements apply to financial institutions, we are in the supply chain, the NCC are in the supply chain of our members who do fall under DORA. So we've made specific changes, adding details of how we manage planned maintenance and how incidents can be reported. We've also added information about security measures and audits, and subcontractor service level and data protection information. So it just clarified existing data that's already on our website and adding them to the terms and conditions. Our legal team notified the working group already, and because our database documentation is open source, the diff is visible, so you can see exactly which terms have changed in that document. The action list, it's been updated and archived. The DB working group chairs proposed to archive the action list in May. So there was a reorganization of the NCC website. All of the active working groups moved to a new home. That meant that there were some legacy pages left behind at the old location. One of those pages is the action list. This was historically the way to track to-do items within the working group. Now they have moved to the minutes themselves, so action items will show up in the minutes. For the NCC, we track those separately internally as well. So the action list was no longer updated. It's considered legacy itself. So it was archived, but Piotr did a whole lot of work since the last RIPE meeting, so thanks to him. He reviewed the page content and he filled in a lot of gaps, including recordings, minutes, presentations. It was a lot of work. He sent us a spreadsheet with a list of all the updates to the NCC. Our comms team applied those, and now the page is marked archived in the old location. Secondly, the minutes page is also, we're updating that. Piotr also went through all of the minutes for all of the meetings on the website. Truly a lot of work. There's a redirect from the old location already in place, so it goes to the new location, and previous minutes are archived. So those corrections are in progress and expect that to be resolved soon. And thirdly, Piotr also made a suggestion to move the numbered work item page under the new location on the website. I think that makes sense. If there's an argument against it, please let me know. Otherwise, we will make a permanent redirect from the old location under the new active working group page on the website. A bunch of statistics. These are recent changes we've made to WHOIS that may be of interest. NWI 4, first of all, allocated assigned PA allows you to register a single assignment that's the same size as your allocation, particularly useful for the smaller allocations /24 allocations. This is for INETNUM. We now have gone over 1,000 of these, so there's almost 1,500, 57% more than the last RIDE meeting. So it's very encouraging. It's a useful feature. Clearly, people are using it. Secondly, we have about the same number of abuse C addresses as last year. We're at about 17% remaining for this year. We seem to be on track, and thanks to our registry team for helping us with that. So we have an automated process where most of those abuse C addresses are taken care of. They're validated automatically, that they're reachable. But the minority that are not, we will open tickets, and our registry team will follow up with the organization to resolve that. Thirdly, we have a mechanism to synchronize your portal users to the database, to the default maintainer. So it makes it easy that your users are only maintained in one place in the portal, and then those portal users can make changes on behalf of the organization in the database. So adoption is increasing, so it's gone up slightly, but still only about 10% of organizations are making use of that. The non-node database, that was up for discussion also since the last RIPE meeting. It's gone slightly down since the last RIPE meeting, so we've lost 2% of objects in there. That's a combination of users themselves deleting objects and the cleanup jobs that we already have in place, taking care of objects that are no longer useful in different ways in that database. So cleanups are continuing. The size of the database continues to shrink, but very slowly. Next is aggregated by LIR. This is a status that already exists in IPv6, but it's now being added to IPv4 to INETNUM objects. We've had quite a large increase, but overall the number is quite small, but now it's over 200 INETNUMs are using that feature. This is useful where you have a number of assignments with the same content, with the same contact details. There's no longer any need to create multiple assignments for in that case. You create one aggregation. It makes it easier for your users to find it and easier to maintain. You have a single object. And yeah, as I said, it reduces the LAR efforts in registration and maintenance while still complying with policy to register your assignments. There are now just over 8,000 undeliverable email addresses. That's jumped up quite a bit since the last RIPE meeting. These are email addresses where we've tried to contact them mostly through Whois update notifications. But we've had a permanent error in response from the mail server. Now, normally this is you must stop. You don't continue trying to contact them. For our own reputation as an organization, we don't get blocked by mail providers in sending mail. So gone up a little bit despite our efforts to reduce the number of addresses in there, but we're going to continue to make efforts to reduce that number because we really depend on email to contact our users, not just for Whois update notifications. So especially if there's been an update which you're not aware of, it's a very useful mechanism to know that something's changed. And also we've got various automated mechanisms where we need to contact an organization or a maintainer or a user for different things. We depend on those email addresses being correct and the users being reachable. So we're going to continue with efforts to improve that. All right, that's our work since the last RIPE meeting. Work in progress. So first up, obviously, the big thing for us is to deprecate MD5 hash passwords. This is work that's ongoing since last year. We've had a lot of discussion on the mailing list, and yes, MD5 is a clear security risk, not just for the NCC, but for all of our users as well. If there's ever a data breach or data leak, or for some reason, the MD5 password hashes, they're in your maintainer, they're in the database. If they're ever leaked, it's very easy these days to reverse those hashes, or they show up in dumps of where elsewhere. If you've been reusing your password, it may show up in a public dump somewhere. So there's various ways where your password could be identified and your data could be maliciously changed. So we think it's very important to deal with that. So the plan is to drop support for passwords completely by the end of 2025. Since the last RIPE meeting, we knew that there were passwords in about 20,000 maintainers in total, but the vast majority of that data, the vast majority of those passwords have not been used. They're not being used regularly. About 18,000 maintainers contain passwords that had not been used since the beginning of 2024. So we thought that was a good first step, a safe place to start. We're not going to, it's unlikely we're going to break people's functionality, the way they update the database. So in stages, we removed inactive passwords. We notified the working group and we notified the maintainers beforehand before removing those. So now we're in the and we had a lot of help from the registry team as well. That was something where we had some follow-up. A lot of people were asking questions. Surprisingly, well, maybe not surprisingly, because we contacted so many people, not everybody follows the database working group list. It was the first time a lot of people had heard about this. So it was a very useful exercise in getting the word out that passwords were going away. But it was, and so we got some useful feedback. And now at this stage, we're now at the point where we need to do something about the remaining maintainers. So we were at about 20,000 maintainers. Now we're about at 1,500 that still have passwords that we consider active, that were used at some point since the beginning of 2024. So we've emailed the remaining maintainers. We've done that repeatedly in July, September, and October. We also contacted the LARs, where the LARs were depending on a password with a maintainer. We contacted the LARs directly as well, because we're going to try and do as much as we can to inform our community that passwords are going away, and there is an operational risk to any organizations that are continuing to use passwords. So they really need to start moving to an alternative, one of the number of alternatives that are there by the end of this year. One thing that we added was support for OAuth 2. And my colleague Adonis has an article on the Right Labs website you can look at. It explains all of the details there. But basically, you can go to the LIR portal, you can apply for an access token, and you can use an OAuth access token in your application to make changes in the RIPE database on behalf of your users. We also added a warning in the update response wherever passwords are used. So this is seems like a common sense improvement to get the word out about passwords. And as I said, outcomes, a lot of users did not know that passwords are deprecated. So very useful feedback. So we really need to make an effort to inform our community, as I've said. And the email template text clarity is very important. So we know that sending out an email that may not get, we need to get people's attention. We need to put the right information into the email. It needs to be self-contained. Reduce the load on our registry team with questions that we could just answer in the email. So we had some help from our comms team in doing that, and also feedback from our community to make the subsequent communications a little bit clearer. So we're striving for clarity. If they need to do something, what is it they need to do, and when do they need to do it by? All right, so some statistics since the last RIPE meeting. So where are we now? In October 2025, I looked at all of the authentication types and how much they're being used. And surprise, surprise, passwords are still there at the near the top of the list. Not quite, but nearly 1/3 of all of our updates are still being done by using passwords. It has gone down slightly. It's encouraging, but only by 4% since April. Now, digging into that, it's only about 150 maintainers are accounting for all of this update traffic. So 32% of all of our updates are being done by a hardcore of 150 maintainers. And in particular, the top 2 maintainers are accounting for 50% of that. So on the one hand, the numbers have not really gone down significantly. On the other hand, we only need we need movement from a small number of maintainers in order to get this over the line by the end of the year. So I would just reiterate that time is running out, and we need to encourage our maintainers to move to an alternative. Next steps. So we're going to continue to send email reminders to the small group of maintainers who are still using passwords. We're going to monitor continued use of passwords. So we expect to continue to decrease in that. If we don't see it quickly enough, we're going to have to consider next steps. Obviously, we're going to support any users who need assistance. Please let us know through our contact form or ripetpm@ripe.net. Send us an email, and we will support you in moving from passwords. And our registry team are well aware of the alternatives and can help you migrate to one of those. Internally, we're preparing final application and documentation changes, so we need to remove references to passwords and any support for them internally. And yeah, as usual, we're going to announce to the working group as well before taking any action. So watch this space. We will continue to discuss this with you between now and the end of the year. And in summary, I thought NetHack was a useful presentation tool here, since it's about the same age as Whois. So yeah, we have to bid farewell to MD5 password. It's been around for about 23 years now. 2002, I think, is when it was introduced. And it's going to join its friends, None, Mail From, and Crypt PW in the authentication graveyard. All right, so moving on from passwords, NWI 20, that was already discussed earlier in the session. I'll just reiterate the problem statement from the proposal in May. The requirement level for contact methods for person and role objects are inconsistent. It's confusing and inconvenient. This is a proposal to add flexibility to the contact methods offered at the database level. It is not a proposal to change policy requirements or for contact methods. The link is there. There's been a lively discussion since then on the list, but it's gone quietly recently. The detail of the proposal from May. One is to align the contact methods between person and role objects used in admin C and TechC. Second is to add support for new contact methods in the RIPE database. Third is to add support for the extensions in RDAP, makes sense as a consequence. And fourth, one thing that came up during the discussion was that multiple people feel that email is important and that it should be a mandatory attribute. So that seems to make sense to add that to the proposal as well. I went back to the early 90s on the list to see why is email optional on person and not on role. I couldn't find any real reason for it. If anyone knows the context, I'd be delighted to hear about it. But all the way back into the 90s, person email was optional. Versus the RFC, the original RPSL RFC 2622, email was mandatory there. So I can't tell why there's a mismatch there, but for whatever reason, in the midst of time, email was seen as optional on person. There was already an effort in 2003 on the list to make email mandatory on person to align with role. The reasoning was that maybe in the past, personal email addresses weren't as common, and you shouldn't be insisting on it. But at that time in 2003, it was felt, okay, time has passed, the time has come to make it mandatory because it's easier to get an email address. But for whatever reason, the discussion fizzled out. It wasn't, there was no change at the time. So this is an opportunity to change that. Okay, so the discussion was ongoing on the list, but I have a draft solution definition from the requirements that were raised on the list so far. So just to put that into context, to translate that to the object model, the proposal implies that email address will now become mandatory on person. It's already mandatory on role objects. The address attribute becomes optional on both person and role. The phone attribute becomes optional on person. And I propose to add a new attribute called contact as an attribute, optional attribute person type on person, role, organization, and IRT. And it should contain a URI value. So the messaging applications that were mentioned in the proposal, a URI will fit for all of those. For SIP, for WhatsApp, for Telegram, Signal, etc. You can encode your contact information as a URI. So it seems to make sense as the value. So I will wait to hear for the discussion on the proposal to conclude. We have a draft solution definition and an impact analysis. I feel I shouldn't preempt the discussion by publishing that yet, but once the discussion has come to a close, I'm ready to share that with the list for further discussion. It's not written in stone, so I welcome your feedback when the time comes. Okay, next one, cleaning up the RIPE non-auth database. So the RIPE non-auth database was created in 2018 as a way of separating non-authoritative data out of the authoritative data that's in the RIPE database. So it is mostly Route 6 objects for outer region space. The data was created with the hard-coded, again, password in a well-known maintainer. And we've been trying to get rid of it all ever since. So we started out with about 64,000 objects in there. We're down to about 47,000 now. So we're depending on the community to clean up their objects, to delete their objects. That's happening very slowly. Additionally, we have existing cleanups. Where the prefix, the Route 6 prefix, is using unregistered space. It seems to make no sense. It shouldn't be there. We have an automated cleanup to notify the maintainer and to eventually delete those objects. Secondly, we have an existing cleanup job. It's RIPE 731, where a non-auth object conflicts with an RPKI ROA. We notify the resource holder, and we will eventually delete those objects. So both of those cleanups have been effective, but in total they are only dealing with a small amount of space every year. So we're talking about hundreds, maybe a couple of thousand objects a year. So the bulk of objects remain there. So at the last RIPE meeting, I proposed that we get rid of the non-auth database altogether, which would be a pretty radical step. The ARIN regions, it's already happened, but there were some really good comments at the last RIPE meeting and on the list. We don't know how this data is being used. So we should progress a little bit more carefully, slowly, And I proposed, there was from discussion on the list, there seemed to resolve around two proposals. One is to delete non-auth objects with a matching valid ROA, which would impact about 16,000 objects. And secondly, to delete non-auth objects with a matching object in another RIR database. So if there's a matching, a duplicate effectively in the authoritative database, there seems to be no reason to still keep the duplicate around in the non-auth database. And that impacts potentially most of the non-auth database. It's 27,000 objects. And obviously there's some overlap between those two cleanups. You're matching the same objects a lot of the time. There was a good point made on the list that we should notify, because we don't know how these objects are being used. We need to really notify these maintainers beforehand. Say there's a proposal, we don't know how these objects are being used, and we ask for feedback. We sent just over 2,000 emails to all of the maintainers of all of those objects that potentially impacted. We received 33 replies. There was a variety of responses. I've posted them all to the list. 23 of those asked us not to delete their objects. 10 of them, we discussed with them how they were using their objects. And we helped them create an alternative in the authoritative database, so they no longer needed the object in the non-auth database. But obviously going one by one through this database and contacting maintainers, doing it with support, it's going to be a lot of work. So it seems not feasible either for the maintainers or for us to keep that up. But we got some useful feedback. So I now propose that the NCC proceeds with both cleanups using a new numbered work item, but that's for the working group to decide, and I'll suggest it goes back to the list for discussion. Next up is to support E164 in ORDAP. So what is E164? It's a DNS reverse zone. It's been around for a very long time. It's a mechanism for users to map between a telephone number and the internet. It maps a telephone number to a URI through the DNS. So for a long time, we have hosted these reverse domain objects in the E164.ARPA zone. We get tens to hundreds of queries for these objects every day. But there was a question on the mailing list, why are we not exposing these, supporting these objects through ORDAP? And the short answer was it never came up in discussion during the protocol design. These objects only exist in the RIPE database. The NCC were selected as the operators of this zone. They don't exist in any of the other RIR databases. There are a couple of hundred of objects, and as I've said, there's tens to hundreds of queries for these objects every day. Now, we already support domain objects in the RIPE database, so it would not be a lot of work to support this also, but we would need a draft document and an implementation to do that. So we are planning to raise this with the ITU, since the ITU are they are responsible for this enum standard. We're going to raise it with the study group early next year, and we will find out what they want to do, both with the enum zone and also ORDAP support in particular. So if we get an affirmative response, we're happy to create a draft RFC and implement support for it. But for now, we're returning not implemented on ORDAP queries for that zone. Supporting UTF-8. So this is a proposal that's been rumbling along. It's been going on for an awfully long time on the list. I saw references to it back to 2011. Specifically now, this proposal is to support UTF-8 in the description and remarks attributes. It was proposed at the RIPE 89 and RIPE 90 meetings. And it turns out in 2015, our colleague Piotr from the community suggested exactly the same thing. So that we should support multi-language, the UTF-8 standard in description and remarks attributes. We are in an enormously diverse region. There's something like 78 or 80 countries in our region. The majority of those don't use the Latin script for their language. it makes sense to start supporting that community in the RIPE database also. With regard to interoperability also, it remains important. So we published a problem statement and impact analysis for discussion. And it was really encouraging, the response yesterday, to see the support for it. So it seems really encouraging. There's a lot of positive support for it in the community. So the question is now, should we move to an implementation? So in the same way, I'm proposing that we have a numbered work item to track the progress and make the implementation. But I will send that question back to the list. NWI 12, NRTM version 4 mirroring. This has also been going on for a while. Very encouraging progress on it. There's a draft RFC document. We now have 5 different implementations, which is really great. We worked on an implementation report for the ITF. That's now complete. It's in review with the ITF. We've answered questions over the summer on it. We've decided, the co-authors decided not to ask for it to be marked finished yet until the RFC document is more final. Support for that standard is coming in the upcoming IRRD software. It's now in beta. And mirroring using this protocol must be configured manually. And finally, as I said in previous meetings, we are completely feature complete. We now have both a server and client implementation in our own code. So if you're interested in using it, you can use it on the client side also. Future work, there's a yearly key rollover. We've already done 2 of those, but the next one is due up next March. ORDAP. So ORDAP is a very important cross-community, cross-RIR protocol. It's a more modern alternative to using WHOIS port 43. And work in progress. The transparency report, there was questions on the list last year. Where are the gaps between ORDAP and WHOIS? The biggest gap is that we don't support IRR object types in ORDAP. So we're working to correct that. We are writing a draft document to define how IRR data should be returned in ORDAP. So work on that is progressing. Planned work. I've said already we support administrative status in ORDAP queries. Now we're going to support in RIR search. We are also going to support the feature in RIR search, reverse search, and then we can consider ourselves completely compliant with that RFC. They're the 2 remaining parts. And ORDAP paging and sorting seems like a useful improvement. We already have paging and sorting in our WHOIS search REST API. Makes sense to also support that in ORDAP, because some of the responses, especially the queries, you can end up with a huge response. The draft activity plan for next year. So there was already mentioned at the RIPE meeting. It came up in the services working group yesterday and at the general meeting. The draft plan was published in September. Please read the document and share any feedback on members discuss. Your feedback will be taken into account, and a final version of the activity plan is due to be approved by the executive board and published in December. So for the RIPE database specifically, a couple of points out of that action. The activity plan, the budget for the team is unchanged from this year for next year. The strategic goal for next year is to ensure that the registry and RIPE database have the appropriate levels of accuracy, compliance, resiliency, and security. And in particular, in 2026, we commit to these activities. We will work on improving the security of our authentication methods, like dropping MD5, like improving the alternatives, improving the resilience of our on-premise environment. So we are not moving to the cloud. We have no plans to. So on the other hand, that means that our on-premise environment, we need to spend more effort on improving that, improving resiliency in particular. So we'll continue the work there. We will work with the ITF community and other RIRs in implementing standards. In particular, that means ORDAP. And finally, we are aiming for ISO 27001 compliance. There is an audit coming up in the coming months. We are making preparations for that. We're working on we have a risk matrix. We're working on controls. We're working with our colleagues in software engineering and across the company on defining standards, so we comply with this standard. All right, I've said enough. Questions and comments? Thank you.
Peter Hessler speaking for myself right now. I want to mention that first, for MD5 updates, we at our day job do use MD5 because we use a third-party application to update our objects in the database. And that one currently only has support for MD5 within the RIPE region. I've been harassing them to update, but there's no update yet. That being said, all of our humans who touch the database do use the SSO method. So
Right.
we've done as much as we can in preparation for this, while still depending on a third party. The other thing I want to mention is for the non-auth database, we did create an object that was originally allocated in another RAR because it was far, far easier to update that object within the RIPE database. Since then, the other RAR has made it relatively straightforward for us to update the object, and so that one is the more preferred one. And I don't think we replied to your email, but we double-checked internally, like, we're ready for you to delete it whenever you're happy.
Great, thank you, Peter. So just to say on the MD5, I hope you received our emails that
Yes.
we've reached out, that
we
let people know.
I can remember at least 2 of them. I'm positive we received all of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're stuck waiting on somebody else to do work, and we can only tell them to do so much because their priorities are not our priorities.
Absolutely, and I think the other maintainers, many of the other maintainers will be in the same situation. So I think it's something we need to discuss together before the end of the year. Since there is that deadline, we need to meet it. So what are we going to do about it?
Yeah, I can talk to you offline about this specific company because I don't want to name and shame
Absolutely.
yet.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about it, but not yet.
Makes sense. Yeah, and thank you for your comment on non-auth. The replies that we did get echo what you said, that it's easier to update an object in non-auth than in the other RAR's database. Also, they have said that it's become useful, more easier. So the other users of non-auth have also removed their objects. So I think over time, yeah, that's a good alternative. Thank you.
Good morning, Ed. Stavros with the AM6 hat. Thank you for the presentation, very useful. I would like to say I fully support the decommissioning of non-auth database, and I would recommend to not remove it from the action plan, but keep it there. We have ditched RIPE non-auth database from our operations a few years ago. We don't use RIPE non-auth to configure route server filters anymore, and we didn't have any impact or complaints. The only impact we saw was the AS112, which is the ASN number of the DNS root server. However, the guys from DNS.org, I was in contact with them, they are moving to the official ARIN IRR, and they're going to put their objects there, and they're also going to sign with RPKI by mid-November. So this problem also is going to be fixed very soon. Other than that, I don't see any meaningful reason to keep RIPE non-auth in our ecosystem. Those objects can be safely moved to either RIPE database or Afrinic, because I guess quite some of them should belong there. And after that, we should proceed with the cleanup, because the less we have of those databases and official ones, the better for the ecosystem. Yeah. Thank you. If we want, we can discuss it more, or if you want more information or data from my side, happy to share.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the information. And I'd be happy to hear from other operators who still may depend on non-auth. I'd like to know why. And are there ways for us to work together to end the dependency on non-auth, and maybe we can all move away from it?
I think it's just legacy that people forget that exists, and yeah, if it works, it works. They don't care.
Yeah, I mean, in particular, because these 2 proposed cleanups touch so many objects in non-auth, it's really important not to affect people operationally. So we need to be careful in our.
You cannot succeed that 100%, but yeah, if people do not wake up, then they somehow have to wake up to start fixing things.
Okay, But it's something we'll take into account in any
Yeah.
proposal to do in cleanup. Yeah.
Thank you.
Peter Hessler, speaking on behalf of the working group as co-chair. Actually, thank you, Stavros, for mentioning the AS112 problem. Is there a way that you, the database team, can look at the non-auth database and find all of the objects that were created under IANA or ICANN action? Because that is a special reserved ASN, and they have special reserved INET num, INET 6 nums from them. So like that would be actually fantastic to look into and see if any of those objects exist in the non-auth database. So then we can, because those maintainers are not necessarily maintainers. This was created by IANA action and the RFC process.
Okay.
So we would probably have to do special activities for those types of objects. So just it'd be great for us to research and just double check before we deprecate.
Great. Absolutely. We can do that. If we can identify which resources are affected, we can go and have a look. We don't know who created any of those objects or who is maintaining them, but we can definitely go and look to match any prefixes or ASNs.
In the IANA registration documentation, they have the special use numbers, and all of those have references to who created them, how they created them, etc.
Super. That's something we can use then. We'll go through that and share that with you. Thank you.
Neil O'Reilly, speaking this time as somebody who's involved in a micro enterprise, Tolerant Networks Limited, and as a private citizen on the web, and especially someone who espouses the Larry Wall's virtue of laziness. To save me doing the homework, have you compiled a nice list of, top 3 ORDAP clients?
Clients, well, it's completely down to the user agent in the request, but it uses HTTP, so we can do that. We can look at the user agent string and see who's using ORDAP. But overall, I would say the use of ORDAP it's in the minority for queries. It's less than 5%.
But if I want to stop using whois, I've got to have something that's as convenient to me as an end user as whois today.
Yes, and there's a cross-RIR effort to fill in those gaps. So we want to make ORDAP as featureful as whois is already. But whois has had a massive head start. There's at least 30 years of history there.
But
so,
the lookup side is, we see this with DNSSEC validation. It's always on the information consumption side that the delays are.
Okay. But overwhelmingly for now, the query rate is completely, it's port 43 still. More than 90% of all traffic is port 43. So we have some way to go.
I'm prepared to do my bit.
Thank you.
Hello, Emanuele Iovini, Europol. So I have some curiosities because I'm starting to understand better how it works. You say that 8,000 emails didn't answer to you. So I was trying to raise the problem of contactability. So are these people being contactable in some way? And what are the consequences for not being able to be contacted by RIPE, and CC?
Okay, great question. So overall, there are over 900,000 email addresses in the database. It's an enormous amount of data. 2 million person objects, 900,000 email addresses. So it's a difficult problem to try and tackle, to try and validate all of those, that mass of email addresses. But we will, at the point where we need to contact somebody, that's where we will use that email address. So it's mostly whois update notifications. So where an email address is referenced in an object, where an update is happening, we will try and contact those email addresses to notify them that a change has happened. And that's the point where we'll see, we now process bounce responses. So we will see where there's a bounce and where there's a permanent failure, we will mark that address as undeliverable, because we want to be good citizens. We don't want to continually send bad requests to email providers. They will block us, they'll consider us spammers. So we mark those addresses as undeliverable. So it's really important that we do contact. Users need to be contactable because a change may have been malicious. and we need to let them know, inform them that something has happened. It may not be something intentional that they wanted to happen. Email is the main mechanism currently that we use to contact our users.
Yeah, I see you are making a draft for the next year, like mandatory email and other contact attributes. I think that probably you should also focus on consequences if someone put himself in the dark, like not being contactable in some way. I think that 90.9% of the community will surely be able to be contacted because they are in good faith, but there are also some kind of people who will not do this. So maybe we have to also address for the future that this could be a potential vulnerability, especially because we speak in public. So someone knowing this could exploit this situation and use it as at its own advantage. So also the problem of legacy resources, I could never know who has these resources, what they can do with this. So sometimes, because I had trainings in Europol, my colleagues ask me, how do I know who is behind these resources? What happens if those are used for malicious intent? So this is for my part just to foster a bit of discussion. I don't know which is the solution, but I would like to speak about this because being able to be contacted is really important, I think.
Thank you. Well, the first thing you mentioned, the vast majority of these email addresses are user maintained. We have no control over that data, those objects. So maybe something for the community to discuss. We do have this mechanism for abuse C, but it's a right policy. So we will validate all of the abuse C, and there's an effort every year. But we're talking about 84,000 email addresses. The bulk of these addresses are 900,000. It's a different scale altogether, an order of magnitude more addresses and work potentially, if we were ever to go and validate all of them. But for now, it remains user-maintained data. It's the responsibility of the maintainer to make sure those addresses are valid and the users are contactable. But most of those objects, those addresses, are contained in assignments, and it's RIPE policy that is requiring operators to push to register their assignments, and the email addresses come from the contacts on those assignments. For legacy space, I think there's separate efforts on legacy space, so I might talk to you separately about that.
Okay, thank you for your response.
Hi, Leo Vagoda. Speaking for myself, in response to the email deliverability thing, this is something that I've raised in the RIPE plenary, the community plenary previously. And there's a lot of mail service providers who will go and accept receipt of an email, but not pass it on to the end user. And so when we talk about deliverability, it's not a binary. It's really complicated. And the fact that you have an email address in a database and it's working for some correspondence doesn't mean it works for everyone. So, I mean, I really appreciate the problem. I don't know what the solution is, but that was one of the drivers for the NWI20 and the we want to be contacted by Signal or whatever, because email is hard.
Thank you, Leo. Yeah, and maybe we as a community need to look at alternatives to email. We are very dependent on email in Whois, and that's what prompted the work in email on email deliverability, because we want to make sure we can contact our users to let them know when something has changed in the database or for different operational reasons. So currently very important. But yeah, we have seen those problems with the large mail providers. A huge amount of our users on their own domains are sitting behind a large mail provider, and it can be difficult indeed to contact those users. Or if there's a failure, the failure we get is often not a non-standard response. It's not according to an RFC, so it's very difficult to parse the response and make sense of it. It's very specific to that provider. So supporting that is a lot of work. And also, because we depend on email so much, when the email becomes undeliverable, there's no way to tell them, there's no way to contact the user currently to let them know that it's undeliverable. So it's something we need to think about. But that number of 8,000, one final point is to say that out of the vast amount of 900,000, I'm sure that the true total is far higher. But this is only the number of emails that we are trying to contact day to day. So I think if we actually went through 900,000, the total would be a lot higher. Okay, thank you.
Angela Dallara, Policy Officer, RIPE NCC. I wanted to, I hope to help to offer a couple of clarification also to the comment from Emanuele. So first of all, regarding NWI 20, I made a comment on the discussion to specify that changing business rules in the database in this case does not affect the policies, because what is in the policy is just, and I'm speaking specifically for the IPv4 allocation and assignment policy, is to have a contact. And this, how can I say, having a contact is actually mandatory by policy, and having an email address that is the, how can I say, most easy to check and verify, also in the discussion was looking like the best option as a mandatory contact. Adding an optional contact is not affecting the policy at all, and as also had specified, we are not going to verify that, and it's the choice of the user to insert which contact they want to use additionally. Another consideration to make about this unreachable email address is that we work on an organization level. So each taxi, admin C, and so on can have his own email address, but this is always hierarchically referred to the organization. So there is also a different kind of follow-up depending on which email address is not deliverable. And another thing I wanted to signal is that later on in the address policy working group, Marco is gonna address some of these topics in his presentation. So I invite you to join the session later.
Thank you, Angela.
Neil O'Reilly again. I'm not sure which hat I'm wearing this time, but some thoughts about division of labor and hierarchy of contacts. In this working group and in ED's, the group in the NCC that Ed leads, the concern is about a database and its engineering. In the registry work, in the registry team in the RIPE NCC, whose help Ed acknowledged earlier in a number of times, is the responsibility for knowing the customer. And this is what I think is more important for Emanuele's purposes and the purposes of his colleagues in the other law enforcement agencies. And of course, there's a cascade, a hierarchy of customer-provider relationships. So the immediate customers of the RIPE NCC are the LIRs, and those are the customers they have an obligation to know. But the more remote customers, they are somebody else's responsibility. And this cascade of responsibility is something that I know is understood in the law enforcement agency community, because I had the chance to speak at a social event with one of our police people in Ireland. So it makes things much more complicated, but it's not something that Ed can fix. So let's recognize the partitions of responsibility, and it would be lovely if we all could solve our problems, mine, Ed's, Emanuele's colleagues, with a one-stop shop, but it never works like that.
Thank you, Neil.
Iovine Emanuele, Europol again. My question was this actually, because if things are only known at technical level, are they escalated up to be understood better than at higher level? So if I have a problem already to contact a technical contact, are there issues even at higher level that has to be escalated? Then the police can ask and do all the steps to understand the cascade and reach the end user. But I have 8,000 emails I cannot reach. Maybe it's a technical problem Ed is trying to fix, but is Ed escalating this to see if there are other problems other than just putting an email which is not correct? This was my intention. I understand really, and I thank, because this is what it is. I know that customer is another thing, but the problem, even if it starts at technical level, the technical contact, there is always a person, an organization. So it's the same with the WC. I know that the WC is always, every year you check it, if it's working or not, but it doesn't mean that I have an email which receives an email address which receives an email and I'm okay. Maybe I put an email, but I never check it and I never receive any actual communication. And that's why I was speaking about contactability. So it's not just to have something which works. It's just someone who answers, who is there, who receives actually the communication. So even if we put the email in a mandatory attribute and other contacts, in the end, what matters is I contact this entity or not. This is what matters. This is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Emanuele. And there obviously, yes, as Neil has said, there is an awareness at the organizational level. The RIPE NCC do know our customers. We do validate our data. We do have contact information for all of our members. But as you go down the database, there are levels of, there's a hierarchy. And it can be a third-party organization can be responsible for data in an assignment. So the first stop, if there's an inaccuracy in the data in the assignment, you need to contact the organization and ask them, point it out and ask them to fix it. They have a responsibility to put accurate contact information in the database for their resources. Also, there's something technically, something that we're already working on that's in progress. A small change is to highlight more obviously the difference between data that we know about, that we validated, that we're responsible for, the NCC is maintaining in your query response. Highlight that more accurately versus the data that's the responsibility of a third party. So I think that needs to be clearer. So that's work in progress that I'm doing with my colleague Dick and others in the company. So we do want to improve that. So it's more obvious on a query response who is responsible and who is responsible for the data that you're looking at. So yeah, thank you.
Peter Hessler speaking as a internet user. I feel your pain. We already do have several contact methods that are mandatory in the database, most famously AbuseC, and I have found AbuseC to be utterly worthless. When I receive network abuse from a network, and even a well-known network of, half the people in this room probably use this organization's services. I will send them an AbuseC email, and I will get a response from their email server saying, yeah, access denied, go F you. And this is a routine response that I receive. However, because this is AbuseC, the NCC validates this on a regular basis. So somehow you get accepted and I get rejected. And this is probably a very similar aspect. And that's even ignoring the fact that even if a human does receive the email, does the human respond to the email? Does the human do anything with the email?
Yes.
Which is also a very, very different problem set.
Absolutely.
But I don't know how I don't think we can solve that one in any way, shape, or form. But even deliverability would be half the battle.
Thank you, Peter. And that's what we're focused on. Validation for us in AbuseC validation means deliverability. If we can deliver the AbuseC message, then we're satisfied. Validation is satisfied. What happens after that is out of our control. But if there's a misbehaving organization, please get in touch with the NCC and we'll see what we can do about it. Thank you.
Peter Koch-Dienig, just sharing observation. I sense a bit of confusion regarding the presence or not of a mandatory object in the database versus any express or implied policy or legal obligation that would be connected to that. And of course, the RIPE NCC cannot impose any legal obligations on anyone because they arise somewhere else. And at the same time, also, the regional internet registry might not be the right place to impose other obligations that have so much to do with the operation of the network rather than with holding and maintaining the resource. And these instruments, and I don't have to tell Michaela about e-evidence, for example, these instruments just originate elsewhere, and we need to mitigate that confusion more than drilling more or dealing more with the technology which actually might increase the confusion overall. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Peter.
Okay, Peter Hessler, now speaking as co-chair. David and I had a quick discussion, and the chairs would like to propose that one for NWI 20, that you send your draft solution definition to the list. Your little bullet points look quite reasonable, but we would like to see discussion. One thing I would like you to include is, so previously when we've changed an attribute from required to optional, there's been activity in the database, and we would just like you to describe what your proposal would be for those, because that is famously how I joined the working group. Secondly, for the UTF-8 discussion, I think we should have there should be a 2-week discussion period, so end of next week, and then we can find a consensus and then move on from there. So that way this process doesn't take, another 11 years.
Hopefully not. Thank you, Peter. Then, yeah, thank you.
Okay, so that is the end of our scheduled session. Is there any other business that somebody would like to bring up to the working group? Yes, Ed thankfully reminded me there is an email about the changes to NWI process about 3 weeks ago in the lists. Please send your comments. We would like to hear feedback on this. Are there any comments from online of the AOB? Nope. Great. Then, just before I close the session, a reminder to vote in the program committee election by 1700 to local time today. If you're ready to vote in the NRO election, remember to vote by Friday at 9 a.m. local time. You can chat with the NRO representatives from 1330 to 1400 during the lunch break at the meet and greet desk. If you are a member of the NCC, please vote in the general meeting. And with that, I close the session for RIPE 91. Thank you very much.
Time is 10:27, so 3 minutes left.
Welcome everybody to the DNS Working Group session. So the DNS Working Group is led by three chairs, Jevenia Noyk and Maurice Muller over there, and also by me for the last time this session, because we have the next time in Edinburgh, we will have a new co-chair, and I'm very happy to announce that the new co-chair will be Ulrich Wieser. I'd like to point out that 3 weeks ago there was the DNS week in Stockholm with lots and lots of DNS activity. It started with a center meeting, research and development meeting on internet governance. Then there was the excellent DNS hackathon organized by Internet Stiftelten, NetNot and the DNS.org. There were some community sessions organized by the DNS.org. Then there was the DNS.org itself. And it all ended with the 20th anniversary meeting and party of NetNot. One of the side meetings or community sessions that was held was the initiative for the DNS community to start best current practices at the DNS.org. Currently, that group is in the process of creating a charter. So if you're interested in that, please have a look at or search for org 45, and all the events will be listed there. And also there will be there's a lightning talk about the best current practices initiative of the DNS.org. All right, we have a very interesting program today. We have our new co-chair, Ulrich Wieser, presenting on the TLD resilience in the light of signature validation constraints. Then Dmitro Komanyuk of transfer over TLS in practice with the Ukraine CCTLD. Then we have Shane Kerr talking about TTL up limits in practice. And then the traditional update of RIPE NCC DNS by Adant Budev. But first of all, we will start with an announcement from Jim Reed about best common practice on hyperlocal routes. Also, don't forget to rate all the talks. Jim?
Okay, this is just a very, very short presentation because the real work, thank you. I assume you can hear me now. Thank you. And awake. You're thinking I'm awake, you're not awake. Anyway, this is a very short presentation because the real bulk of the activity is going to take place at the ITF meeting, and there should be discussion in the agenda in the meeting in Montreal in a couple of weeks' time. So, what this is all about is you should, I hope everyone in this room know what hyperlocal route is. The essential idea is that local resolving servers will have a copy of the root zone so they can answer queries from that rather than going out on and touching the root servers themselves to start the whole resolution chain off. Now, this has been around for a while. The initial RSC was done about 10 years ago, and it was updated about 5 years ago. But those were only given informational status at the ITF, and uptake has been a little bit disappointing, and what the attitude has been, well, this is only an informational RFC, so we can't be bothered, we don't want to know. But I think things really need to move on a little bit from that now, because I think first of all is that we can't continue relying on the current root server system infrastructure as it is. Although all the root server operators do a wonderful job and the service is rock solid and reliable, we need more defense in depth to this whole system. And part of that chain is going to be having more copies of the root zone available to those that need it. This will also solve, I think, a lot of geopolitical problems because, as you may imagine, there are lots of places in the world where they say, we want to have a root server. And of course, they can't really get one. But if anyone has got a copy of the root zone on the local resolving infrastructure, then they've got a root server for all intents and purposes. So there are one or two implementations as we try to get this thing rolled out. The first thing is what sort of infrastructure would we need for that? We can't just rely on zone transfers, excuse me, from the existing root server operators. Maybe we want to look at other mechanisms such as rsync or putting it available on the web somewhere through some cloud providers. We need some additional checks on the root zone contents. We can use Zone MD for that, obviously. Maybe there's going to be extra work for the IANA people as well, because they might need to enter some kind of agreement with those who are actually providing some kind of distribution service for the root zone. And of course, we have to do some education and outreach, and that's part of the reason why I'm here today. And with that, I'm just going to ask for questions and any comments. I don't want to get into discussion of why we should be doing hyper-local routes and all the rest of it. That's a conversation that can take place at DNS Hop. But if anyone's got any questions about the motivations of the authors or about why we're doing this, now's your chance to come to the mic and throw rotten fruit at me.
Yeah, we have 2 more minutes for questions.
Nothing? Okay, thank you.
Thank you again. Well, then next I would like to invite Ulrich Wisser to come to the stage and present on the TLD resilience in the light of signature validation constraints.
Okay. Hello. So yes, so thank you for your support, and let's see how we can do this. Yeah. Okay. So what we did is we looked at all the TLDs and a little bit of the timing configuration that you need to have for your DNS zones, and also we did this for TLDs because they are easy to observe and the limited list. I actually could do this from my home server, and but these timing considerations are important for all zones that you run with DNSSEC. So even if you have for your own zones, I hope that you can take something of this hope. And so with this is, if you look at a usual DNS server, the configuration is you do some xfer, and every time the xfer stops, then you basically the SOA expire time starts. And so that's your secondaries will serve the zone as long as the SOA expire time lasts. It's quite easy. I mean, that's the definition of it, basically. So nothing much to discuss. What that means is if you have some kind of disaster happening to your infrastructure, basically your hidden primary somewhere, then what you have is that there is a limited amount of time that you have to fix your disaster and get up and running again. I guess we can all agree on that. It's good. Oh. Yes. So first thing I did was look at what is the SOA expire times that people use. Well, there was one TLD that used for I think 2 months or something. They used 2-hour SOA expire time, which I think is very challenging for your disaster recovery, but they fixed that. But I would say that even 7 days is a very short time, depending on the disaster, if you think of it, and the timing of the disaster. And well, in this parts of the world, I would say, Christmas Eve would be a really bad time to have only 7 days to fix things. Then other parts of the world, they have their own holidays that make timing difficult. But you see, the most part of all the TLDs are 14 days or shorter. But there is some exceptions to this. 70 days seems also very popular, and there is one with 7,000 days. I asked, but I did not get an answer why they do this. Well, your guess is as good as mine. Yes, good. So there's some variation in this, and you good. So, but obviously for the DNS to work, and especially for DNS signed zones, even the signatures in your zone need to be valid. Otherwise, disaster. Okay, so how does this work? Well, we have the signature validity, and you have the inception time, you have the expiration time, and in between is the validity time, very easily. But then you have refresh, and then you have a little bit jitter at the end, and the time in between is the time that you have left for your disaster recovery. So if you think of how the refresh works, let's say you sign for, in this case, for 12 days, and then every 4 days you renew your signatures. And for one record it would look like this, but for all the records in your zone it would look something like this. And then you see there's one record that has basically should be refreshed, but is not because something happened to your infrastructure, and then you have left these remaining little time. So and that's a problem, because why is that a problem? Well, that remaining time needs to be longer than your SOA expire time. Otherwise, you would be serving expired signatures. And well, I'm not the first one to recognize this problem. There's an RFC about it. How could it other be? And the RFC actually says, as you can see here, the SOA expire should be a third or a quarter of your signature lifetime. Or you could put it the other way around. If you have a SOA expire time you look at, then our SIG should be 3 or 4 times of that. Okay, so really long signature lifetimes. And so then I looked at, well, what are people doing? How is the world configured? And said, so how many TLDs have actually lifetimes on their DNS DNS key records? Okay, so if you look at the DNS key records of all the TLDs, and then I look how many of those have a lifetime that is longer than the SOA expire time. And so there's 2 data sets in here. One is the CCTLDs and one is the GTLDs. And you can see that the CCTLDs there is approximately half of them is shorter than the SOA expire, and half of them is longer than the SOA expire. And then they have the GTLDs, and you see that it's a very the graph moves a lot, and that is basically that there's a number of GTLDs that they sign, and then they are longer than the SOA expire, and then as time goes, before they refresh, they drop below SOA expire, and then it goes a few days, and then they refresh the signatures, and they hope to, and because this is a large number of GTLDs that do this, you see this strange graph. But as you can see, you can see some trend lines in here, and I would say the 300 is approximately a fourth of the GTLDs that are constantly too short. Yeah. So yes, so then we have some interesting real-world examples. Looked at some TLDs here, and you see this one made a configuration change. First, they had a 30-day SOA expire, but the signatures were 3 or 4 days, which is not very long. And then they realized that something needs to be done. They made a change. They lowered the SOA expire to 7 days, and now you can see that the signatures are longer. Just in the end of the validity period, before they refresh, they drop actually below the SOA expire time. Yeah, so this is a TLD that actually does offline KSK, and well, when they start with the new signatures, they are long enough. They are over the 30-day of the SOA expire, but then at some point they, depending on how their routines and what holidays are in the week, they sometimes drop down to a 3-day remaining lifetime, which means if something would happen, they would have 3 days to fix any problem, which is, I find scary if you ask me. So then this one was a really interesting one. You see, in the beginning, there was some, I don't know what they were thinking, but they got to really close to expiring the whole TLD. And then they changed something in the infrastructure. And now what I would guess happens is that they have two different signers running at the same time. And at different points, they switch the distribution from one signer to the other. And so you have the one signer with the very long lifetimes, and you have another signer with short lifetimes. And depending on who's just in charge just today, you get different signature lifetimes. Yeah, this is .se, and so see, they have always been above their SOA expire time, and then they made a change to the zone generation, and now they're doing a refresh much more often than they used to. So, yes, so I have no explanation to this. Maybe you have, but in the beginning they seem to be doing like new signatures whenever they do a new zone. That's why you get this constant line. And then they change something, and it goes very fast. I have no idea. Yes, so there's some conclusions from this. Obviously use reasonable SOA expire time, and really look at your own disaster recovery routines and decide what you need. Like when does it happen? How fast can you buy a new server? How fast can you install it? How fast can you get your backup on it? Stuff like that. Especially if you're also talking about DNSSEC, think of your zone. You have to recreate the state your DNSSEC signing was in. That's not always that easy. Yes. So then you have the refresh to consider for the SOA, and then you have the signature expiration for DNSSEC to consider, and so there should be really long lifetimes for your signatures. Monitor your lifetimes. It's actually good to know that all your signatures are valid, and the last thing is follow RFC 6781, but seeing from how many people do follow it or how little, we might need to think about if we should change the recommendations. Yeah, and that was my presentation. I hope you have many questions.
Hi, Shane Kerr from IBM. This is really interesting. I love this kind of research. I have two observations, not really questions. The first is that not everyone uses the standardized zone transfer mechanism.
No, obviously not. It doesn't apply to everybody. You need to know if the SOA expire applies to you.
And the second observation is that while you're not supposed to serve a zone with expired, past the zone expiry, much in the same way that you can continue to answer records out of cache after they've expired, we have the serve stale. You can continue to serve a zone once the expiry is passed. So, so passing the expiry doesn't necessarily mean that all of a sudden you're going to disappear.
No, but so if your signatures are expired, then obviously the validating resolvers will, really angry with you. And one thing to, let's say, what you could do is if you have long signature lifetimes. So if let's say you have 70 days.
Right.
So if you're at day 60 and you still couldn't figure out your problem, then maybe you should just take away the DS record. But that gives you a long time to fix your problem, and then you remove the DS, and everybody gets your zone. It's not ideal. I totally agree.
We pretend that's not possible.
Yeah.
So in our case, we actually used to respect the expiry time when we were secondary. We removed that quite by accident in some re-implementation, but no customer has ever asked for it. So at some point, we'll probably add it for people who are worried about the situation.
Jim Reed speaking for myself. Ulrich, this is interesting work, so thanks very much for gathering the data. On one of your slides there, you mentioned choosing reasonable values for the SOA record parameters.
Yep.
But where would we define what's meant by reasonable values? We had an attempt in this working group many, many years ago to come up with reasonable values for the SOA parameters. And then there was no enthusiasm to update that. This is about 15 years ago or something like that. But I do think it'd be useful to try and document those ideas about what's a definition of reasonable. And it may not necessarily be upper or absolute limits. The value must be X. But I think it'd be helpful if something was documented that says these are the values and these are the trade-offs, so that people can make informed decisions about what values to use, rather than just blindly cutting and pasting something they've downloaded from the net somewhere. But the question is, where would we document that and how?
Good question. I have no answer, but I totally agree that we need that. In my, I don't know if you all, I work for ICANN as a technical engagement, and what I do is to talk to CCTLD operators, for example, and many of them would be very happy to have a guideline how to choose this. And currently I have no document to point at. All I can say is, well, I worked for .se for 15 years and we did it that way. It might be a good reference, but it's...
Yeah, I mean, I think there's always been a thing, just do what .com does. And
Yeah.
That's always been an attitude people have had. But I think it'd be helpful, we could try and document this, but where we actually get it documented, it could be done here, or where it has to be done in a more formal setting through the ITF. I really don't know.
Well, I don't agree with the .com part, because they are very special TLD.
Yes, I know, but still, yeah.
but otherwise, yes. I mean,
yeah. Okay,
good.
Thank you.
Lars Lehmann from NetNode. On your slide 13, when you had the slightly diverging things with lots of
yeah, let's see if we can find that again. My slide 13.
That one, yes.
Yeah.
There seems to be a very, very clear regularity there. Have you tried to figure out if all these TLDs are operated by the same registry or possibly by the same type of software?
I work for ICANN, and we cannot answer that question.
That's
But take your best guess who operates many TLDs.
Hi, Ulrich. This is Anand Buddhadev from the RIPE NCC. So a completely different aspect to this problem. We're talking about adjusting SOA timer values and things like that. But one discussion I had with some people, which has not really gone too far, is if authoritative name servers tracked the signature expiry of a zone, the earliest signature expiry in a zone, and expired the zone, regardless of what the SOA timer says, then that would prevent the disasters. It would prevent the authoritative server from serving expired signatures from a zone, which might have some merit.
I agree, but that would also take your zone offline. So,
well, I speaking from experience that we've had at the RIPE NCC, where one of our secondaries was serving a zone with expired signatures because it hadn't noticed the SOA timer, chain of XFR servers, etc. It would have been better for that secondary to serve fail for that zone, so a resolver would go elsewhere instead of getting expired signatures and saying, oops, can't validate. So it's perhaps an interesting discussion to start.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Thank you.
Neil O'Reilly speaking as the administrator of a microzone on which my wife's email depends. This is analysis I've been meaning to do on this zone for a while, and maybe in my copious free time that I'm going to have from the end of this week, I can do that. But do you have the scripts? Because what I'd like are there tools out there which can make this easy? for a small operator, a micro enterprise, or a private individual?
Well, the code is actually on my GitHub. Yes.
Great.
Yes.
I'll find it there.
Yeah.
And if I've trouble, I know where
Otherwise,
to
send me
find
an
you.
email.
Thanks.
So this,
Thanks for the lovely visualizations that they made things so clear.
Thank you.
there's one question online, which you might already have answered when Shane asked his question. So Ralph Weber asks, do we know if these TLDs are actually using zone transfers for distribution of the zone data?
We know that many of them do not, but also a lot of them do. Yes, I know. I know a lot of zone operators that use zone transfers. Not everybody does, but those that do, it's relevant. So and yeah.
Thank you, Ulrich.
Thank you.
I would like to invite Dmitro Komanyuk to the stage to present on transfer over TNS. Oh, yes. Sorry.
Hi, everybody. Quoting the previous address policy group session should say XOT is a job for the quiet Saturday afternoon, or maybe the whole weekend. We are running .ua domain. Well, ccTLDUA is one of our domains, and I'm not sure this one is running XOT. I need to check. So we have been running, wait, the clicker is, sorry about this. Yeah, we have been running DNS for .ua for quite some time. This is part of like a previously done at ICANN presentation, so I'm going to skip on some facts, but we have a long history of doing DNSSEC and authoritative service. And we have this current setup, which is roughly 3 layers. The authoritative, we call it zone generator, is AJ, is the machine which builds the zone from the database, update the serial, thanks to not automatic management. Then we have the distribution layer, which is a set of few machines running bind 9, and these are basically fetching the zone from the source. Actually, there's more than one source, but there's details. Then we have the Anycast layers. This is our Anycast and 5 partner Anycast. Each of them is basically fetching the zone from this group of the intermediate. So that's a distribution layer. So our Anycast is part of that. So we had this deployment done by, sorry, is this, good. XOT, well, here I'm praising the node server. I'm not sure if all of you know, but hey, you can read my slide. I'm not going to read it from that. We are partnering with Sezenik, and they let us direct access part of the development team. We have found lots of issues in not initial setup. Some of these were due to the way we have done things. Some of them were small bugs we have fixed. There is no really special thing you have to do except that enable TLS. The interesting thing about NOT, and I'm sorry for not including lots of configuration fragments. I feel like I have to clean these up, but briefly, you can create a TLS peer, and you can create multiply TLS peers, and then you can use all of them. But the real challenge is that if you want to fall back from the TLS to regular TCP, regular unencrypted DO53, as we should call it now, well, for that, you need to describe the specific peer twice, once with the TLS and once without. And then, of course, there is an issue of multiply sources used. So do you want to use all of these TLS sources first, then use the non-encrypted sources, or vice versa? There are more than one way to skin this animal, and yeah, the bind features we have are more interesting. But here, going back, why are we going to use TLS? Well, okay, most of internet traffic is now encrypted, as you know. I guess SMTP is still largely unencrypted, but well, we'll see to that. many people use TSIG authentication as a way to, well, know which peer you're talking about, but this is a shared secret, and we use that too. We did not stop using TSIG, so we use basically shared TSIG secrets on both peers and the TLS, which is optional. So basically, the primary server would run TLS on the port 853 TCP and regular DNS on port 53, and the trial would be, the setup would be try the 853 encrypted port, then unencrypted. As we know, TLS handshakes take some time. Let's say, well, there's a TCP handshake, which is true for both unencrypted and encrypted zone transfer, but then you have the key exchange mechanisms. The other issue that we did not work with because we didn't feel like it was worth our risk is to use CA, I mean certificate authorities, because we plan to use our DNS distribution with other parties, and I'm not sure if I want them to be hardwiring our CA keys to their DNS configuration. Some of them just use automated provisioning and cannot do that. Instead, we just use pre-shared keys, and we basically tell them to trust whatever key is coming from us, assuming that the IP address matches. That's, I guess, a weaker form of security, but it's better than nothing. And another point of using CA that you have to issue the certificates with a certain lifetime, you know, and you really don't want to set up your perfectly valid configuration and let it die by itself in 2 or 3 years, whatever your key lifetime was. So these are, I guess, keep pressing the button. We had about 40 zones on our .ua primary server. We have done one at a time and starting with one of them and moving each of them to the new peer configuration. The secret was that basically to use, I'm going to show you this on next slide, use the group, oh wait, it's on this one, yeah. Use the group like that, that's what I was talking about. When you have the master using the TLS with the specific remote any, which just means any address, it's empty access list, or then use the plain address for the particular server. And the second green part is the typical configuration for the primary server, which is basically declaring the TLS service on specific address. I want to go back one slide. Yeah, actually two. We have run into some issues when converting our configuration to TLS. I don't recall exactly, but the node had some issues with either session tickets or general TLS connection establishment. If you do transfers quickly enough, they may try to reuse, well, not instance would reuse session tickets. We found that disabling that might help, but that issue was fixed. For reference, server does not use OpenSSL, it uses OpenTLS. I mean, it uses GNU TLS library. Maybe that's particular dependency on particular GNU library. I'm not an expert in that field, but just be aware. And like I said, that issue was fixed in late release. There is also a workaround to actually do it. Either longer refresh times, maybe just wait it out and have it try it again. Not a big thing. For our zones, we update them once an hour, so it's really not an issue. But I can imagine somebody with a quickly updated zone would run into that. Going forward again, like I mentioned, we are not using CA chain validation. And the thing I want to say is that there's a tricky part that you have the notify messages. Depending on the way you write your primary server configuration, you may have a situation where there is no TLS used for the notify because the particular setup, I guess it's mostly depending on the zone, on the configuration parsing. So your notify may still come unencrypted, and I guess that's not a big thing because you can still process them as an advice and do the actual query and then do the transfer. I guess in a ideal world, we may consider, ITF draft people here, anyone, to implement notify over TCP as a mandatory requirement. I mean, well, good practice. We probably need a specific syntax for that. It's all doable. It's just a matter of convenience of the operator being aware, especially true for, let's say, band configurations, which have too many options you can change. I did mention the bind logging. Generally speaking, you would get every zone transfer logged. If there's some error, you may not be sure was it a, say, key validation issue, handshake failure, or something else. I wish it would be more detailed logging. I think it concerns not as well, and things change as we're talking because every once in a while the new software is released. But I just think for anyone using the TLS, be prepared to run some of these TC dump sessions and see what's happening if you run into issues. We haven't seen a lot of troubles ourselves. What future plans are for us is to, well, like I said before, do the CA, and maybe it will be fine within our own. Any cost and distribution layer. For the external partners, I guess we'll still prefer to use anything worse as long the TSIG matches and the traffic is actually encrypted. I want to experiment, which is not quite related to this presentation, but I'm mentioning the multi-signer, which is available in NOT, meaning that you have multiply instances of primary servers which would generate the sign zone, different RSIG, same DNS key set. I can't imagine that having difficulty with XOT, but we'll see to that. Lastly, we are only using the XOT now within our network of our Anycast and AirCode Zero, which was actually our primary helper with this project. They run a presentation. I think it's one of the Center meetings. Center is an organization of European and some non-European top-level domain operators. Also, I haven't checked the ITF document repository, but just a quick DuckDuckGo search showed there is still no XOQ standardized for the transfers over QUIC. I think that can be a good idea for the large zone operators, and especially for high latency, maybe high loss configurations like intracontinental satellite links and all, because QUIC is more performant than TCP, depending on your TCP discipline. So yeah, if anybody here have heard of any DNS or QUIC being supplemented with transfer over QUIC, and I guess the software support, that would be interesting thing to try. Maybe report on that in a couple of years. Do I have anything? No, these are my generic advice. How to be successful in new enterprises, start small, do things slow, and be prepared to fail and recover. These are my small thanks to everybody involved. And yeah, we are doing this still when the war in Ukraine continues. I don't want to talk about this at this moment, but yeah, it was a bit difficult dealing with that. That's unrelated to the topic of the working group, but I'm always mentioning that. Any questions for me, please either email me or ask me right now, or I'm also on Mastodon DNS. I'm not sure if that's convenient for anybody here. I'll let moderators open the floor. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, we are good with time, so...
Yeah, I hope I was in time because I shot for 10 minutes. I wasn't really watching, but okay. I probably had some time left, so...
Absolutely.
Sorry for talking a bit too fast, perhaps.
Excuse me. Hi, Dave Knight, Ultra DNS at DigiCert. I don't have a question. I just wanted to share the common experience that, I don't know, I think about 18 months ago, we did this for our own TLD platform at Ultra. And I really just wanted to say that our experience and decisions that we made seem very similar to what you've done. And when we started this at that time, NOT didn't yet support XOT. So we also had a bind9 distribution layer, but then beneath that, our customers can choose if they want to run bind or NSD or not. So we, really just to share that we have that experience of now 18 months of interop internally. We made some slightly different decisions. We force like there's no fallback to do 53 internally.
Yeah, I'm putting this on screen so people can see it.
We force XOT for all of our internal communications, and then we configure it explicitly externally depending on what the customer wants to do. But yeah, also we made the same decision as you, that we don't attempt to do mutual TLS. We, really keep the same operational semantics that everyone is familiar with. So we have TLS, but we've used TSIG for authentication. And yeah, I really just wanted to share that experience that I think we've done very, very similar things.
Thank you. And yeah, and by the way, I'm guilty. I updated this deck last night because I had similar presentation that I can practice here, but I wanted to be more focusing on the technical. So these are more like reference points, and I was talking about different focus. But yeah, there is 3 modes in RFC. I can't recall the number right now.
Yeah.
It's mutual, opportunistic, and they say validated, right? The mutual means they just have a common key pre-shared. Opportunistic is like whatever comes in, we trust it. And then the one which is fully CA validated, it's called validated. I honestly think either we should go full on and implement CA key pre-sharing in the DNS, right? Because we can put that into DNS, that makes sense. No, I'm not really arguing for that right now, but barring that, I don't want to build a pyramid of the CA code and validation code to be on the bottom of the zone infrastructure distribution dependencies, because I love crypto, but crypto is hard. Things break. A lot of people don't have experience, and it's already difficult to configure the DNS infra, and it's becoming more difficult with DNSSEC and all, and XOT is just another variable, yeah. But thank you for experience. I'm glad that we can talk about it later. And
sure.
Congrats with the new job. Did you start? I'll let other people ask. Thank you for your comments.
Hi, Eric Ving. Thank you for the presentation. It's nice to see the IETFD Prive working group being deployed in reality. Talking about the IETFD Prive, there is an RFC 9250, which is about DNS over quick. And I think I need to reread it. I think there's zone transfer in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that it's a usual DOQ RFC, right? 9250.
Yeah, but I think they got the zone transfer in it as well.
Yes, I can confirm.
Okay.
Sarah Dickinson also mentioned this on chat. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just don't think the XOQ is a term we have seen. I'm sure that RFC can cover the transfers because transfer is a part of the DNS protocol. I would just think maybe you should start using this acronym in the parallel comments. Maybe it can be another RFC specifically of the transfers, but you need the implementation first. Please, Neil.
Neil O'Reilly, as a microzone manager. I'm aware of a couple of other name server codes which have integrated key provisioning and signature provisioning into the name server. There are probably more than the ones I'm aware of. And at this stage of why not, I missed whether you had evaluated any of the other ones that seem, at least from reading the docs, to give the same kind of functionality, and what was the advantage of not over them if you did?
Oh, sorry, you're a bit quiet, but I got it. I mean, you say other software can support easier provisioning of the shared keys between different servers, and you think we should try that instead of whatever?
Well, no, I mean, I'm doing something similar with Bind. I think Power DNS does the same thing, and maybe not has some advantages that I'm not aware of. And in my copious forthcoming free time, I hope to play with some of those. And I know that the architecture of NSD is different, and there's a different provisioning chain there. And I'm talking to the folks in the LDAT labs. So, I want to get back to exploring this stuff, and I'm taking all the input I have from people who've got there before me.
Sure, yeah, I haven't ever used.
So we'll follow up by email or Mastodon.
Yeah, my bad. But thanks for suggesting. By the way, zone catalogs can also be potentially used for the provisioning. But hey, that's a big discussion. We can use entire hour.
Oh yeah, let's not do it now
then. I'll let other people to take the stage. Thank you very much, Neil. And thanks everybody.
Thanks. So no, wait. I had one more comment on chat. I will relay to you after the upload, which is fine. Which is Petr Spacek from IC commenting on your observation that notifiers aren't logged properly. And he says, we are happy to improve logging. Please tell us what is missing. We don't know what we don't know, you know. Okay, next up, Shane Kerr with the DNS TTL upper limits in practice.
Hello, everyone. Good morning still. So it's always difficult at a RIPE meeting to know what exactly the level of technical detail. So for example, we have OARC meetings where you can really go straight into the very low detail. And then at a RIPE meeting, I tend to think the level of expertise should be not quite as high. So if you don't do DNS every day, good, this is maybe for you. If you do, I apologize. But it should still be interesting. So this is about DNS TTL upper limits in practice. So the reason that I started looking at this is that I work at IBM NS1 Connect. We're a large authoritative server vendor. And what we want to do is better understand the behavior of DNS resolvers, because those are really the other parts of the network that we interact with. And we have a bunch of models in our brains about how this stuff works, but and we've also dealt with problematic configurations, but what we don't have is data and actual detailed analysis. And so we're starting to step into that gap now and try to figure out better how resolvers are configured and how they work with our systems. So this is basically a presentation about a very simple measurement that we did, which is that the idea was we want to check to see what TTL caps resolvers have in the real world. And the idea was to use the RIPE Atlas network to do this. So before I get into the details of that, let's just talk a little bit about how TTLs work in the DNS. So in the DNS, any component can cache a record. That just means you look it up and then you keep it and don't look it up again for up to a certain amount of time. And that certain amount of time is left up to the person who manages the authoritative zone. And the idea there is, for example, if you know that you have a mail server that changes frequently, you'll give it a low TTL so that you can move it around. But if you have a record that's basically static, you can give it a long TTL and save everyone the efforts of having to look it up. It's optional in the system, but without it, the DNS would have never gotten to be as successful as it is today. So here's some examples. I put them in orange because I live in Holland. And you can see different records have different TTLs. These are just simple queries. The bottom one is a CNAME chain, and you can see how each name in the chain has its own TTLs, and the resolvers and devices keep track of all of them. Now, are there problems with caching? I think if anyone's ever worked with the DNS, you're almost certainly going to hit problems by having records cached that you want to go away. So caching for long periods of times can be problematic. On the resolver side, it just takes more memory. And of course, serving really old answers is also a problem. It makes network migrations and things like that tricky because you can't safely move to a new IP address if the old one is used by some places. Now, my hypothesis that I say as a fact here is that very large TTLs are probably a mistake. The person configuring the data probably didn't really understand the implication. So if you see a TTL of 6 months or a year, it's probably not intentional. It's probably just they didn't really think about it or didn't really understand what that would actually mean. So final slide about TTLs. So this is where we get a little bit closer to what the measurement was, which is that resolvers usually have a maximum TTL. And so the idea, again, because very large TTLs are a mistake, a resolver doesn't really want to cache them for that long. So TTLs usually have a maximum, and that means that if I have a web record and I say that my TTL is 6 months, the resolver operator will probably say, I'm not going to save that for 6 months. I'm going to save it for a maximum of a day or an hour or something like that. I think all resolver softwares have defaults for this. Usually they can be changed, and administrators can play around with that depending on the balance of memory and operational changes and things like that. As an aside, there's also usually a minimum TTL. This is often not configured at all by default, but a lot of resolver operators have it. So the idea being there is that if a record only has a 1 second TTL, it means it's basically going to get queried every time a user wants to look at it. And a resolver operator may say, we don't care. We're going to set the minimum to 5 seconds or 10 seconds or even a minute. And it's not allowed in the protocol, but it is common practice and it's probably fine. DNS is not very tightly constrained real-time system. All right. So why do we care about all these details? Well, basically there's this balance between high and low TTLs. High TTLs can reduce the query loads, fewer queries. It's important to scale things. And also we charge based on the query. So our customers are very concerned about how many queries we're getting, probably more than we are. Our infrastructure can handle it, but they have to pay for it. So low TTLs is very important if you're doing traffic engineering, if you're doing monitoring your server backends and things like that. And the idea there is kind of what I alluded to earlier, which is that if you want to change between IP addresses or things like that. So if your services are cloud-based and all your things are ephemeral, you want low TTLs. All right. So how do we find these maximums which resolvers have configured? And basically a very simple process. We configure a record with the maximum possible allowed TTL. This is basically because the field, it's a 16-bit field. It used to be signed, then they declared that it couldn't be negative, so now it's a 31-bit field that takes 32 bits. DNS is an awful protocol. Anyway, so we have this record, we query for it, we use a unique name to ensure that it's not already cached, so we don't have to so we can have a more accurate assessment of what the TTL is. We use a wildcard so we don't have to configure a million names. And then we look it up being a caching resolver and we check the TTL. That's basically it. Now, like I said, we use RIPE Atlas for this. If you're not familiar with RIPE Atlas, it's basically a bunch of small probes put in networks and homes and offices all around the world. And it's an awesome resource. I use it for a lot of stuff. And one of the things that the RIPE Atlas probes can do is they can use the resolver that's provided by the network that they're in. So there's actually a REST API that can do almost anything with RIPE Atlas. And I used it to find all of the RIPE Atlas probes which are listed as connected. At that time, there were about 14,000 of them. And then I didn't have to, but I created a separate measurement for each probe to look up this long TTL record. And then I saw what we got. Spread them out over time a little bit just to not destroy the RIPE Atlas network. I suspect they have protections anyway, but it was fine. And yeah, that's it, basically. We're just going to look up this record from everywhere. So that's on the client side. Now on the server side, it wasn't as easy as I had hoped. So we need an authoritative server which returns an answer with this huge TTL. We at IBM NS1, we recently changed the maximum TTL which we will answer with to 1 day. This has to do because we do online signing of DNS, and we want to make sure that and we do that for 25 hours. We get a little bit of clock skew in for how long the signatures are good. And we want to make sure those signatures are expired from caches of non-validating intermediaries. So we set it to a day. So I couldn't use our own system to do this. I tried to set up a bind9 server and it couldn't do it either because I initially set it up as a DNSSEC enabled thing. And because of something, I don't really know exactly what in bind9, it was refusing to do long time results. So probably for similar reasons to what we just had discovered on our side. I think maybe it was more about rotation of keys. Anyway, the simple solution was to use unsigned. And this was fine because the TTLs themselves are not signed in DNSSEC. The maximum TTL there is signed, but the actual value isn't signed. So it wouldn't really affect the data. It's not validated in DNSSEC anyway, so it's fine. All right, so a few limitations. I'm gonna show you graphs in a minute, I promise. We're almost there. So first limitation is that, like I said, RIPE Atlas is awesome. I use it for a lot of stuff, but it is a biased network. It's funded and run by the RIPE NCC, so it's heavily European-centric. It's also mostly people that care about networking and stuff like that, so they put it in mostly well-run networks, and so on and so forth. Another limitation is that resolvers can be chained, and that may obscure and confuse results. I get an example here is a lot of times the RIPE Atlas probe will see that the resolver address is a private address, like RFC 1918 address, but it's actually forwarding to a large public resolver or something. And there's no way that we can know that. There may be ways, but it's not within the scope of this research to figure that out. And then in addition to the limitations, there's also some quirks. About 10% of the measurements failed. I didn't really look into it or try to figure it out. It's fine. Also, we saw a lot of results with off by 1 errors, and I'm not 100% sure they're off by 1 because you can't know what's going on the resolver side. But if you see a result that's 86,399, it's probably not that the maximum TTL was configured with that. It's probably that the maximum TTL was a day, and then you're querying the same server a second later, and it's just counting that down. So that's my assumption and hypothesis that I'm going with. If anyone has better explanations, I'm open to them. And yeah, so an example, you may have two servers. So what this is all about actually is that the RIPE Atlas probe will get from the network, I guess using DHCP, maybe using router advertisements, I don't really know. It will get the list of resolvers in the network. And then in the measurement, it will query them all. So it's querying them from the same place. And if they're actually going to the same server, that's why you get these off by one errors. Anyway, it doesn't drastically affect the results. The results, yes, we have a slide, cool. So I struggled to find a good way to represent this data. But basically you can see here, we just have a few standout spikes here. So 1 hour pops up, which makes sense. I can imagine a lot of people think an hour is long enough, and if you query again, that's fine. That's 6 hours there, that's Google. If you go to quad 8, it has a 6-hour maximum on TTL. Anything over that, longer than that, it will try again. 12 hours, I think, is quad 9, which is why that's there. Now, there are other resolvers configured this way by operators, but the vast majority of them are these large public operators. 1 day is the peak. That is where the biggest number of resolvers have their limit. I guess it's probably a default in some places. It's, as far as I know, none of the big public resolvers have that. So that's actually people running their own ISPs, things like that. There's also a 1 week. That's OpenDNS has that as a limit. And it's also, I think, configured as a default in other resolvers as well. I think maybe Bind 9 has that. I'm not sure. I put that little arrow to 1 year, not because there's a lot of resolvers configured that way, but just to give you an idea. If you look carefully, you see that bottom line of the time to lives that the different probes have. That's a logarithmic scale. And I wanted to give you a feel for how we're going to that far right where you see there with the arrow pointing at 68 years. So if you've done the math, that's 2 to the 31. This comes out in seconds to be 68 years. You'll see there's a few dots there on the right. That's because there's like 68 years and 68 years minus 1 second or 2 seconds because of that kind of off by 1 error that I was talking about. So now that's that. So I mentioned the public resolvers when we're looking at the previous slide. Only about 20% of the probes use a public DNS provider. It's probably higher because, like I talked about, people going to a local address, maybe forwarding it. Again, there's right now, in this experiment at least, there was no way to know that. And what I saw was, as I said, there's 6 hours for Google, 12 hours for Quad 9, OpenDNS has a 7 days. And as far as I can tell, Cloudflare has no maximum TTL. And I tested this both like to prove it to myself, testing it on my laptop. And yeah, you can watch the TTL go down. I'm also fairly confident that this is a real thing. So that it's possible, for example, that you could build a resolver which you'll do a query and then answer that back and then insert it into the cache as a kind of asynchronous process off to the side, right? So it could be that you would, for example, do the first query, get the full 2 to the 31st seconds answer, and then the subsequent queries would be read out of cache and they would be lower, whatever the cache limit is. It doesn't seem like that's what's happening here. It seems like it's really sticking it in the cache with no limit. I actually reached out to Cloudflare. I said, hey, it looks like you guys don't have any query limits. And they said, we certainly do. And then I sent them some digs and never heard back. So I guess they're busy. I don't know. Maybe they're fixing a bug. Again, this is not a problem. This is all within spec. It's just really surprising to me is basically the only thing. And for example, you may have an operational thing where you reboot each server daily or every 2 days. And so it's not really a problem because it'll get flushed out of the cache. So I don't really know what's going on there, but that's that. I also did the same graph again, pulling out these large public resolvers, and it doesn't look too much different. The 6 hours for Google is the big difference, and there's of course a lot less of the 12-hour ones from Quad 9. All this will do is mean that it accents the fact that the 1 day is really the kind of most commonly configured value for maximum TTL. Yeah, so we talked about all the peaks here, and I think what's important is that let's look at what this means for you as someone running the data. 70% of the TTLs have a TTL maximum of 1 day or less. Like the 1 day is the most commonly used, about 20% of them. If you go to the next kind of peak there, the 1 week, 90% of resolvers will cap the maximum TTL at that. And that means, of course, if you do the math, the 10% have a limit higher than that. What does that mean? I'll hold it. I'm not at the what does that mean yet. Just a special mention, you don't see it on my charts here because it's logarithmic and you can't represent 0 in a logarithmic scale like this. But there are resolvers that seem to have a cap of 0. I think there was like 24 or something like that, which is very weird. It basically means that they've turned off caching, which again should be fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's in the RFC 1035. It's in like the foundational documents of DNS, but it is also weird and unexpected. And I've seen many times operationally bad things happen from TTL 0. Don't do it. I know at one point, like bind 4 or something, for a few versions had the minimum TTL set to 1 to avoid problems with TTL 0. So anyway, they're in there. You can find the data in the measurements if you want to go look on the right ballot stuff. All right, so now what does it all mean? Basically, some resolvers have a very short maximum TTL, which means that you cannot rely on your data being cached, right? You can hope for it, but you can't rely on it. There's nothing in the protocols or anything to prevent people from querying again and again. And some contrary-wise, some resolvers have no maximum, which means that you can't rely on the data expiring until that TTL has expired. So, which is why you need to be conscious of this value. So my advice for zone owners is don't bother with a TTL of more than 1 day. It's not going to buy you anything. Only 30% of users will ever see a value older than that. And the longer you make that TTL, the more operational pain you're inflicting on yourself. For resolver operators, it's probably okay to have a lowish cap. We know that 6 hours is fine because Google does it. And especially if you have some sort of prefetching, then even if you have a low TTL, you're still going to be reading from cache in most places. So if you don't know, the prefetching, the idea is that if you have a resolver that's reading answers out of cache, as it's getting close to the time where the cache is going to expire, the resolver will then go query again so that it never actually expires. It can refresh that value. And there's some resolvers which do that, and that will prevent you from having this spike where things take a long time. Anyway, that's basically it. That was the research and the recommendations.
Hi, this is Ray, I see. So my question is that there's no recommendation for the resolver implementers. So bind has default of 1 week for the maximum TTL. Should we make it 1 day? Would it make sense?
Yes. I don't really have strong recommendations, but I think what's interesting is that there haven't been, and it's all kind of ad hoc, but it looks like looking at the data, 1 day is by far the most used. However, again, this is a biased data set, and so we can't really know. So, but it looks like 1 day is probably the best approach.
Okay.
Hi, Lars Lima from NetNode. I have 2 questions. The first one is, have you looked for or found any differences of how things are cached depending on which level in the tree? So are TLDs cached in a different way than enterprise level?
So there's lots of different possibilities here. So the question was specifically about different levels in the hierarchy. I didn't look. I would be surprised if that was a thing, although maybe for the root zone, because the root zone isn't special except that it is. I also didn't look at different types, like address records may have different limits than other records. So this was a TXT record. So for example, Cloudflare may have a 1 hour cap for address records, right? Because operationally those matter quite a bit. Similarly for NS records and CNAMEs and even SOAs and things like that. Like DNSSEC data may also have different caps. I didn't look for it and I don't know. I also didn't look, you'll notice I didn't look at any software or anything like that. So I didn't look at source code or things like that. So.
Thank you. That ties into my second question, actually, which is, have you identified any, or do you have a notion of how many different implementations you have been looking at? Can you, say, that we have 25% are running this software, whatever it is. I don't know what it is, but it's the same. But no such numbers.
No, I didn't look at that at all. It's a really interesting question. I'm not sure how you would derive that data.
Neither do I, but you're better than me.
So it's possible that, like version.bind or NSID queries may return interesting things there. I didn't do that. That would be a separate measurement, which would be very interesting. And I hope someone does that and can let us all know.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jiří Menšík. I'm from CESNET, and I'm just wondering how to set these. I'm just wondering how to set these TTL values for reverse zones, because these are used, for instance, by mail servers which have their own recursors with their own cache. And for these, it would make sense to have long TTLs, wouldn't it?
For which type of zones do you want to do this for?
Reverse zones, like for PTR records.
That's an interesting question. I think with reverse zones, it's going to be the same as for forward zones, in the sense that it's going to depend on how often you expect the data to change, right? So
Yes.
if you're looking, for example, at residential, cable modems or whatever, and you want to remove records as they go offline and things like that, then maybe a lower TTL. But if it's your own infrastructure that's going to be around for weeks or years, high TTL seems like the way to go. But even in that case, a TTL greater than a day, you're not buying anything. You're just making your life hard.
Well, my idea was that we need this reverse resolutions for mail servers to avoid them being considered spammy, and as the resolution is done anyway by other mail servers who run out their own recursor, it could be that one exception, maybe.
That's an interesting idea. So like for a specific type of service to make a best practice of running a longer TTL. Now, there was some discussion when Willem presented his research at, was that Matt? Yeah, about like what mail servers people are actually running. And there was some mention that, well, mail server operators don't use public resolvers and they run their own. I have no intuition about whether that's true or not, but if it is true, then having a sort of like best practices for mail server operators and setting the TTLs, it seems reasonable to me, although I also don't have any idea if that's actually something that would work in practice.
Okay. Thank you.
Andre, before you respond, I have a response for you without my co-chair hat, which is that there is a RFC which recommends a max TTL, and it's the serve still RC. Yeah, 87667, and it recommends 7 days. So bind is following the standard.
I stopped listening when you said serve stale. No, thank you. But I would just want to react to, well, why make a special exception for mail servers? Because everything over 1 day is not going to save you anything. So what are you going to try to save? Like a few milliseconds for the next resolution, or make the mail deliver under, if there's outage for the DNS. But if there's an outage of DNS, you don't control the expiration anyway, so the DNS must be running all the time. So I don't see any advantage of having different TTLs for different services, because it's not going to save you anything. Like there's a difference between 5 seconds and a day, but there's no difference between day and 7 days or a week or a month. So I completely agree with you that large CTLs make no sense, even for different services, I think.
I kind of agree with you, but I'm not a mail operator, so I don't really know. But also, certainly, you would think that mail is a service that, since it's so redundant and built in an earlier time when the internet was even flakier than today, like it can handle outages and delays. It's all fine.
Hi, this is Ulrich from ICANN. Well, have you brought this to the ITF?
To who?
To the
I'm
IETF.
kidding. I'm kidding. No, I haven't. I just
Yeah.
finished this
Because
like a month or two ago and thought, oh, this might be interesting.
Yeah,
People
no,
might want to know.
because out of curiosity, I actually looked at the root zone, and NS records in the root zone are 6 days, and the DNS key records are 2 days. So
I think that's actually a really interesting point. And I think I actually looked at these records while I was preparing for this presentation just to get a feel. And I do think that many TLD operators in the root zone are in the worst possible space with these very long TTLs, meaning that they're taking all the pain of not being able to change quickly and not getting any benefit because no one actually stores them that long. So, well, 90% don't store them that long.
May I have one more point? Thank you for doing this, because this group of people have a tendency to just like pull the numbers out of the thin air. And you actually did the research, and so we have a solid data to actually make a decision on what should be the maximum TTL based on the data, because it's often the case, 7 days would be good enough, and that goes into the standard. And that's one of the things I'm trying to change, make like decisions based on the data. So this is really great research that you did.
Yeah, I'm glad that you think so. And just as a follow-up, like I've worked with a few of these types of measurements, and they're pretty easy to do. If you're curious about this, if you have some questions about how the DNS is run and think something like a RIPE atlas, there's other techniques that you can use as well. Go ahead and contact me. I'm happy to just there's no secret sauce in anything I do, and I'm happy to help anyone out who wants to do this stuff.
Thank you, Shane. And then last but not least, Anand Boudev. Anand, I can't help that you again look more stunning than you already normally do. Is there a special reason for that?
Good afternoon, everyone. And yes, Willem, we've been celebrating the festival of Diwali, starting Friday last week and ending today. So it's a festive week for the Hindu people everywhere in the world. And so I thought I would dress up a little bit because it's festive.
That's fantastic.
So I'm Anand, and I'm from the RIPE NCC, and I'm going to be presenting a short update on what we've been doing since the previous RIPE meeting. First of all, hosted DNS. So RIPE NCC runs various instances of KRoot and authoritative DNS in partnership with our community. And this is just a little slide showing how many instances we have. We have 128 KRoot instances. This is because we've been expanding KRoot for a long time, and so we naturally have a lot more instances. A few years ago, we also started the expansion of our authoritative DNS instances, and we have 27 at the moment. Of course, we want to have many more of these because the authoritative DNS instances carry ripe.net and all the reverse DNS zones operated by the RIPE NCC. So it's an important service, and we would like to anycast it even further. So since the previous RIPE meeting in Lisbon, we have added 5 new authoritative DNS instances in Makati City in the Philippines, Latina in Italy, Beirut, Lebanon, Maracaibo, Venezuela, and Colombo, Sri Lanka. So that brings the total to 27. And I believe my colleague activated one more today, so maybe it's 28 now. We would still like more hosts to come up and offer to host authoritative DNS instances. And if you are interested in applying, please go to this URL, hosted-dns.ripe.net, and apply to host an instance. You can provide a server. It can be a virtual server. And as long as it meets the requirements, we'd be happy to activate an instance of authDNS at your internet exchange or in your network. Something we've been doing since earlier this year is renumbering the IPv6 addresses of our authoritative DNS service. And the reason for it is that previously we had just one prefix, a /48 size prefix. And those who operate Anycast networks will know that this can have some problems. When you run an Anycast network, it is often a good idea to have a covering prefix, which is less specific. But because we only had a /48, there was no way to have a covering prefix. Also, it leaves no scope for announcing any kind of test prefixes. So our authoritative DNS always suffered from this issue in the sense that when we activated a new instance, we had no way of knowing whether everything was working properly. And we would only find out after announcing the production prefix from there. So we have solved this by carving out a small /44 sized prefix from the RIPE NCC's infrastructure IPv6 addresses. And we have a /48 sized production prefix. And we also have a /48 sized test prefix. And what this allows us to do is announce the test prefix from a new instance, and then look at our monitoring and see whether the test prefix is reachable. And when we're happy, then we can confidently announce the production prefix and know that things will work well. So this is a slow process because it takes time to renumber servers and services. At the moment, the new prefixes are fully available everywhere. They're announced. We have also renumbered our own name servers. So we have several name servers with names like Manus and PRI. So we have renumbered those. RIPE NCC also provides secondary CCTLD service. So we have 24 CCTLDs who get secondary DNS service from us. And the name servers that we operate for them have the form xx.cctld.authDNS.ripe.net. And these are in the root zone. And so the root zone also needs to be updated with new IPv6 addresses. So we have been working with all these CCTLDs, and 18 of them are done. There are 6 that are still pending. So you still see the old addresses for them. And we are in communication with IANA for updating these. But sometimes things take time. And we aim to withdraw the old prefix before the end of the year, at which point the name servers will no longer answer on the old address. We have DNSSEC signers. We've been running them for a long time, and we use them to sign all the zones that we operate, including ripe.net. Our previous signers were getting old. They were 7 years old, and there was no more warranty available for them. So we purchased a pair of new Dell 360s, similar specs to the old signers. We installed them with the OS and the secret key material. We restored it. I'd like to point out that we haven't changed anything here. We haven't changed the OS or the configuration or the signer. Everything is exactly as it was. We just have new hardware with warranty, so in case anything goes wrong, we can get support from our vendor. And both of these signers have been active since August this year. One other thing that we have been looking at is our statistics collection and graphing. We use a tool called DSC. This collects DNS statistics on our name servers. And for a long time, we've been presenting the graphs using the DSC presenter. This is fairly old software, still does the job, but it's getting a little bit old and difficult to maintain because we have to update the OS and some things don't run on the new OS. So we've been transitioning to Prometheus-based collection. So DSC still collects the statistics, but then they're transformed into something that Prometheus can scrape and then stored into a database, and then Grafana, which is a visualization tool on top of that, can display statistics. So on this chart here, I have two examples. The image on the left is from the DSC presenter, and this is actually the K-root server here in Bucharest, receiving about 1,400 queries per second. And on the right, we have the same visualization, but in Grafana, showing you the same data. And as you can see, the query rates are the same. So our aim is to switch completely to Grafana soon. And one of the things we do is that we publish some of these graphs on the ripe.net website. And so we need to do some automation within Grafana to get static images out, and we can publish these on our website for folks to see. So we publish stats for both K-root and the authoritative DNS service. And with that, I come to the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. And if you have any questions or comments, I'd be willing to listen to those.
Jim Reed speaking for myself, as always. Nice work, Anand, and thanks to you and your colleagues. You do a great job keeping all that infrastructure going, and we should thank you for it on a regular basis. You were talking about switching off some of the old IPv6 addresses because of this migration to this new numbering scheme that you're using. When the old addresses are no longer live, will you still have something there to keep track on the incoming queries that might be coming to those old stale addresses? We've seen this happen with other things, with TLDs, and also with whenever the root servers have changed, queries still come in the old legacy addresses. Do you plan to keep track of that for a little while to see who else might be still knocking on the old door, as it were?
Yes, so on all our servers, we run PCAP collection tools, and we'll keep collecting the queries that come in even to the old addresses, because that doesn't really cause any harm. So we can keep doing that for a few more months afterwards and see what's going on.
Yep.
And if we see any significant number of queries there, we could try and reach out to people.
Okay, great stuff. Thank you.
This is Andre IC again. So I was thinking, can we work together so you just can remove the DSC and just pull the data you need into Prometheus directly from Bind and other vendors? So I mean, what I mean is, like, from the software developer point, like, view, it's very hard often to just make a specification that would work for the operators. So and if you have a time for, like, actually writing what you need from us, that would tremendously help us to make something useful for more people. And you do have the expertise to actually know what you want. So so what I'm asking to do more work, sorry, but it would be helpful to hear from you, so we can implement something that's useful for more people.
Thank
Sure, you can join.
Thank you very much for that comment, André. And I think it would be useful, but one of the reasons we use DSC is because we have multiple name servers. We have bind in some places, not, and NSD in others. And they produce reports in very different ways. The output they give us is quite different. And DSC provides us a uniform view of the queries coming in and responses going out and things like that. So that's actually the reason we're not using stats from the software directly.
No, but I understand that. What I was trying to say to make this multi-vendor initiative, like catalog zones or RPZ or some stuff like this, so we can like all. I know that there are some differences between the servers, but you know, DSC makes them unified. So if we can like have a set that all of us would provide in the same format, that would probably help a lot more people than just Ripe and.
I get you now. So what you're suggesting is DSC-like output uniform from various different bits of software. Well, that would be great, I think.
Well, sorry for the other vendors that I'm also creating work for them, but I think this would be really useful to have like something unified among all the vendors. Well, all the open source vendors.
Sure.
So, are you enthusiastic about this? So.
Excellent. Well, there is enthusiasm, so I think this is something we can discuss further. All right. Any other questions or comments? In that case, thank you again for listening.
Thank you, Anand. I have a few household messages still. First of all, don't forget to rate the talks. This is helpful for the co-chairs and also for the speakers. But more importantly, this afternoon there is a Birds of a Feather session on DNS over TLS and DNS over Quick from the resolver to the authoritative. So please don't miss that because it's going to be great. Liman, do you want to say something?
Yes, Liman here. You might get more ratings for the talk if you don't require a two-step login system just to be able to rate the talk.
Yes, so we will definitely take this up with in the chair meeting, which will be this lunch. Some other things. Remember to vote in the program committee election by 5 o'clock today. If you register to vote in the NRO-NC election, remember to vote by Friday at 9 in the morning. And you can chat with the NRO-NC representatives from 1 till 2 today at the meet and greet desk. And so that concludes our working group session. Hold on. Yeah.
So this is your last working group session. You're chairing.
Yes.
We would like to thank you a lot for the work you put into this working group.
You're very welcome.
It was a pleasure working with you.
Likewise.
Thanks for the input. And I mean, you will be part of the community for sure as well.
Absolutely.
Still in the program committee of ORAC, I think.
Yes.
So we will see you around. And yeah, big round of applause for Willem.
Wow. It's tea. Alishan High Mountain Oolong tea. Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. In a card.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Yeah. See you all in Edinburgh.
Can you put the headset? Sorry. Testing. Now it's okay. If I stay here, you hear me? That was the problem. Yeah. Testing, testing. Test, 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 test. Can you hear me now? It's okay. Hey, 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 hey. It's okay like that. If I speak here, you hear. It's okay, huh? Okay. I will let you know.
Not to say that it's my preferred country, but I think I'll be better in this field. I explain why. I like that people are calm, and let's see they're optimistic, even in the shit that they It's no other way to feed it together. No. Here.
Okay. Let me see. Hello, hello, hello.
first one is 5 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me, Anna?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so since I only see myself on the slides, you can give me a hint when we should kick off the session, okay?
Yeah, we can start.
Okay, then welcome everybody to our IoT working group session here at RIPE 91. So this time I'm only with you remote, but I'm really, really glad that my lovely co-chair, Anna Maria, is there in person. So as you can see, we also changed the avatar volley against Eve. I think this is more appropriate right now. So we have quite a full agenda today. As you can see, we have a couple of talks. I think very interesting topics here. Also here, a big thanks to my co-chair, Anna, for contacting our speakers and arranging things. That's really, really great job. Thank you so much for that. But before we go into the interesting part, we still have the housekeeping stuff to do. So let's start with that. So we will have the RIPE, also this is a typo because it's a RIPE 90 minutes validation. I will fix that later. The code of conduct and of course how to participate the meeting in person and remotely. So the RIPE 90, typo again, meeting minutes have been published on the RIPE website and approved. So you can see the link here on the slides and you can easily find them if you have the intention to review. Okay, so our code of conduct is very clear. So we want to feel everybody welcome. Yeah, please be polite to others, treat them with respect. Take some care about that because we want to be an inclusive community where everybody feels accepted and appreciated. If you are participating in person and you have any question after the talks, then please go to the mic. Ask a question. Before you do that, please say your name and your affiliation. Remotely, it's similar. You type your question into the Q&A window. And here it's also possible to get the mic if necessary. But we have our colleagues from the RIPE technical team that can help with that. Here you just see the options you have in Meet Echo that might have changed in terms of icons, but the functionality should still be the same. Okay, and that's it from my side. And Anna, I don't know if you want to take over to introduce our next speaker, since I think you know him in person.
Yeah, sure. So our first speaker is going to be Takayuki and also Professor Katsunari Yoshioka from Yokohama National University. They have years of experience in Internet of Things security. They set up a very nice IoT honeypot that's running in Japan since many years. So today they're going to present the work of these many years, and hopefully this is going to be very useful for the community.
Also, a very warm welcome from my side, Takayuki. You are still muted, as I can see here. So please enable your mic. Yeah, 今は大丈夫です。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。Okay, so thank you for the introduction. I'm Takayuki Sasaki from Yokohama National University. Today, I'd like to talk about cyber attack observation using IoT honeypot at Yokohama National University. This is the joint work with Professor Katsunari Yoshioka. Okay. slide.
We can see you, but we cannot hear you.
Yeah. Okay, so let me start by explaining the motivation behind our work. So as you know, in recent years, we have seen a dramatic increase in cyber attack against IoT devices from home router and camera to industrial control system. However, existing honeypot are still quite limited in what they can observe. So many honeypots emulate only small set of known devices. And as a result, the honeypot cannot fully capture the diversity and the evolution of IoT-focused attacks. So to address this limitation, we designed a new honeypot architecture that is both scalable and adaptive. So I can, okay, so next slide, please.
I think you can control the slides by yourself, Takayuki-san. Yeah.
Okay. I see. Okay, so here I would like to introduce our honeypot system called Xpot. And the Xpot consists of two main components. The first one is the attack observation component, which emulates vulnerable IoT devices. Actually, it captured HTTP-based attacks and automatically corrects malware binaries by analyzing the download command, such as wget and car. And the second component is the HTTP response collection component, which scan nearby IP address ranges around the attacking host to retrieve real web UI contents from IoT devices. We then reuse those HTML responses to emulate realistic device interfaces. So by combining these two components, Xpot can imitate wide variety of IoT devices and observe how attackers interact with the honeypot in the world. The collected observation data is then processed to the through our analysis pipeline, where each attack event is tagged with the information such as CVID, attack type, and targeted device model. So let me briefly explain our analysis procedure. This slide shows the overview of the analysis procedure, our pipeline. And the analysis pipeline consists of the 5 main steps. First one is we perform attack identification, where we extract events that clearly indicate malicious behaviors. Second, we apply attack tagging using the predefined rules to label known exploits. Third step, we conduct exploit classification to categorize unknown attack patterns that do not match any existing rules. And then, if a new exploit is detected, our system immediately sends a notification to the operator for further investigation. And finally, we carry out the target device identification, which map the exploit to specific device or vulnerabilities, and then we update our tagging rule accordingly. This step-by-step process allows us to continuously refine our detection capability and maintain up-to-date awareness of emerging IoT threats. So let me explain the details of each step. The first one is the attack identification. In this step, we extract events from the honeypot log that can be clearly identified as malicious. Specifically, we focus on HTTP requests that contain payload used to download malware samples. For example, a download command such as wget and car command followed by a URL. The next step is the attack tagging. Once the events are identified, we match the attack events against our predefined tagging rules. Each rule describes the characteristic strings that appear in non-exploit and the corresponding vulnerability tag, such as CVID, as well as the device type or software name, which is the attack target. When an observed attack matches one of these patterns, our system automatically attaches these tags to the event. For the attack that do not match any existing tagging rules, we move on to the next stage, which is the exploit classification. So in this step, we handle the attack that do not match any existing tagging rules. In other words, it is the potentially new or unknown exploit. So to classify the attack, we analyze the structure of each HTTP request, focusing on the path being accessed and the parameter name that carry the attack payload. For example, in this case, we focus on the red part, the HTTP path, and the blue one, which is the parameter of the HTTP request. And by combining these combination of the attack path and the parameter name, we can group the similar attack behaviors and identify exploit families. Next step is the notification of a new exploit. When our classification process determines that an attack does not match any known rules, and the system automatically generates an alert for the operator. This helps us to react quickly to previously unseen exploits that may represent emerging threats. The notification to the operator includes the key information of the attack, such as attack request and the time of the time it was observed, and the detail about the attack host, such as the attacker's IP address and the host name. And to make analysis faster and more scalable, we also use the LLM to automatically generate analysis report for newly detected exploits. Specifically, when the honeypot detects an attack that does not match any existing rule, the system sends the attack information to an LLM. In our case, we use the GPT-5 combined with the web search. And the LLM analyzes the request, analyze the attack information, and make a short attack report describing the type of attack and the targeted device or software, also related CVE numbers and the purpose of attack and the potential impact of the attack. The report are automatically posted to our internal Slack, and the operator check the report immediately. This is the example of LLM-generated attack. Actually, it includes the attack type and the target device or software, also related CVE ID and the attack purpose and the impact of the attack. We manually check this report and further investigate the event deeply. The final step in our analysis pipeline is identification of the targeted devices. Once the system detects a new exploit, we manually review the attack data, including the LLM-generated report, to determine which device or vulnerability are being targeted. After confirming the affected device model, we create a new tagging rule so that future attacking using the same attack technique can be recognized automatically. And in addition, when necessary, we also share the new attack information with the relevant authorities, such as the Japanese SAT, or directly with the affected manufacturers. Okay, so let me show an example of the observation results. I'd like to skip this one. And okay, so this slideshow is the example of the life cycle of an exploit that we have observed through long-term monitoring. Because our honeypot has been continuously operating for several years, we are able to capture the entire life of an attack campaign from the initial attack through its peak and eventually to the decline. Typically, right after the vulnerability is disclosed, we observe a short burst of the scanning and exploit activities. Once the exploit becomes weaponized in malware, embedded in malware, the attack volume increased dramatically. Over the time, the volume of the attack gradually decreases as newer vulnerability attract attackers' attention, or the affected devices are patched or replaced. This long-term view allows us to understand how the attacker interests are evolved and which vulnerability continue to pose persistent risks. Also, I'd like to introduce zero-day attack detection. This slide shows how our honeypot system also detects zero-day attack and exploitation attempt against vulnerabilities that are not yet publicly known at the time of observation. In our analysis, we classify each newly observed exploit into 4 categories. First one is the zero-day, when the attack was later confirmed to target an undisclosed vulnerability. Second one is the unknown, when the target could not be identified but zero-day is suspected. Third one is the disclosed, when the vulnerability was already public but not observed for the first time in our honeypot. Final one is the false positive. That means when the event was actually a repetition of the already known attack. And through this approach, we have successfully captured several zero-day cases in the wild. Let me show an example of the zero-day attack. This case illustrates how our honeypot detected and helped remediate a zero-day attack in the wild. In this case, the affected device was a small outlet-mounted router manufactured by FXC. And our honeypot detected an attack exploit, which is the OS command injection vulnerability in this device. At the time of detection, this vulnerability had not yet been disclosed. The timeline is that the attack was first observed in October 29, 2023, and we immediately report the attack to FXC, the manufacturer, through the JP-CC on October 31st. And after the investigation, the fixed firmware was published on December 6th, and a new CVID has been issued. Actually, CV 2023-49827 has been issued. This case demonstrates that continuous honeypot observation can not only detect the non-unknown attack early, but also it supports the coordinated vulnerability disclosure process. I will skip this slide. And at last, I would like to introduce our dataset. Actually, we are sharing the dataset collected by our honeypot as a public dataset for research use. Currently, we have provided the dataset to 271 organizations so far, and this dataset is available at our website. Okay, let me conclude my presentation. We have developed our honeypot export, which is an adaptive HTTP honeypot. And we implemented a rule-based and LLM-assisted analysis pipeline and find some zero-day vulnerability and attack against the vulnerability. And currently, we are sharing the dataset with research institutions to advance collaborative cybersecurity research. That's all. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Perfectly on time. Do we have any question? Peter, do we have any question online? No question online. Okay, if there are no questions, maybe I will ask something. So how do you envision this infrastructure to be used by the RIPE community? Do you have a way of sharing the data? How does it work to start basically a collaboration with you? And yeah, how easy this will be, considering also that you are in Japan and probably there will be some problem with data sharing, etc.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, we can share our honeypot observation data to the community, also including the honeypot observation data. Also, we would like to share possibly zero-day vulnerability information to the community, with the community.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, we have a question here. Yeah, thank you.
I'm at this core network engineer. Not a question, just a comment. I'd like to congratulate you on your creative use of an LLM. It was interesting how you pipe the results of the listening device into the LLM to get more insight on it.
Yeah, thank you. Nice comment. Okay. Okay, thank you, Takayuki. Congratulations again on your work, and hopefully in the next meeting we will see you in person here. Let's thank again the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And yeah, let's go to the other. Let's give the stage to Bart from University of Twente, and it's gonna talk about IPv6 and IoT. Thank you.
All right. I hope this mic picks my voice up. So let's see. That's next. So welcome everyone. I'm Bart Waterberg. This is my master thesis presentation actually, of which I will use also to graduate next week, hopefully. So I did this research at the University of Twente at the Design and Analysis of Communication Systems department, which you already have seen plenty of this week. And I now work at NovoServe, which is a Dutch company that rents out bare metal servers. So to first have a little UI64 recap before I start talking about my research on it. It is used to turn the MAC address of a device into the last 64 bits of the IPv6 address, also called the interface interface identifier. It also always makes the same interface identifier, which is good for finding devices on your own network. But later, it also has downsides. It is quite easy to reverse and gather a lot of MAC addresses if you can gather a lot of IPv6 addresses. But of course, the MAC address is normally not supposed to be global information. It is for layer 2. So if you have data, it's also quite easy to spot because it sets quite a lot of bits. The FFFE part is always in the same location, so you can easily filter for it. And this might have an impact on scanning. And in the past, we have developed now privacy extensions to combat any tracking that is happening because this interface identifier is always the same regardless on what IPv6 network you are on. So the motivation to work with EUI64 is to find out what we can learn from this method of generating IPv6 addresses and of the devices that use them. So is there any way we can use it to scan, to speed up IPv6 scanning, use the amount of entropy it lowers, and also get possible information about the MAC generation method that manufacturers use to even bring that entropy down even more. And then relevant for also this work group is, can we find similar devices, mostly being IoT devices I looked at, through these EUI64 addresses, and if possible, just generate the MACs if we have MAC addresses if we have the patterns, and search through prefixes to find similar devices, either for research or if you know something else about an IoT device, you could use it for botnets. So I used 3 data sets, increasing in size every time. First was the IoT lab of the University of Twente, where of course first had to implement IPv6 on the router. Then I manually turned all the MAC addresses, which the manager of the lab recorded for me, into EUI64 addresses and scanned which one were active. And I kind of used the IoT lab to investigate with the device in hand what I can find from EUI64 devices. So of the IoT lab, the results were that 8 out of the 27 devices in the lab made an EUI64 address and responded to it, but only 4 of them were actively using it for communication. So that's good context that for further experiments and also for further research, that there are a lot more devices that make an address and listen to it than actually actively use it. And so, as I said before, the lab was a bit of a proof of concept. So a side quest I had in the lab was found the lab had this Dirigera device to find more MAC address data. I was looking at avenues to get it, and there was some MAC address encoded in a QR on the device, but I could not find what it's used for. So maybe in the future someone can research and find out what it's IKEA encodes that MAC address for. So to find more data, I went to the next step, the UT network. So the university has a full campus in Enschede, the Netherlands, with students living on site and residents and other staff. Of the UT network, I got the full neighbor discovery tables. So these are the actively used IPv6 addresses communicating through the router. I got 19,000 entries of the last year because other data I did not think relevant. We pre-filtered that. I got the full address, so I could do some scanning possibly. And I only got addresses of interest. So I pre-processed them a bit. I extracted the MAC address actually from the IPv6 address, because I also had layer 2 data available, but some of the MAC addresses were from routers, which of course had to be written when routing. I turned the OUI of these MAC addresses into the company names with the classic IEEE dataset, and split into sets of all companies. So then I was wanted to do some device analysis. I selected manufacturers based on the amount of time I had and the amount of MAC addresses they had. It was easiest to pick the top 10. Out of these manufacturers, I wanted to find some groups of similar MAC addresses to hopefully reveal patterns in the MAC addresses, to find out how manufacturers generate their MAC addresses, and then possibly increase the predictability of the other MAC addresses from the same model of devices. That would hopefully possibly speed up IPv6 scanning for similar devices. So on screen are some of the groups I looked at. I manually picked these out just in Google Sheets. Sorted on both the entire MAC and the last half of it. I then went on to find active hosts in these groups and scan their behavior with Nmap to try to confirm that they are similar devices. So the results of the UT network were that actually of the 19,000, 17,762 were actually useful, not duplicate. I found that a company called Ampac was the most shown company, which makes chips for routers and IoT devices with 228 MAC addresses. I only found that the data had a suggestion for a few options, so a limited amount of options the company used for the first 2 bytes of NIC, possibly indicating some models, but sadly almost nothing answered to pings anymore, so I couldn't do further research on it. Then VMware was the second largest with 161, which were usually or mostly just large groups of sequential MACs. With one of my related work papers already found it's a known method that people use in VMware servers to get MAC addresses for their VMs. So that was not. So in general, the largest groups were hypervisors, some desktop manufacturers, and IoT chip companies at least. And note also what was interesting that sometimes the OUI was reused from old hardware. So I found a lot of Zen servers, luckily of people that I knew personally, and they confirmed that they reused the MAC address base of an old server they had for their new Proxmox cluster. So that's. So in the UT network, I only found some hints of patterns, but not definitive proof, sadly. So only the clearest result I got were of human configuration. So I needed to find even more data, because that's always the solution. And one only thing I found is that TP-Link, I scanned a bunch of their devices. They had an SSH version open, which was already known to be vulnerable. It was interesting. So on to the next data set, one step higher, go to the provider of the university, the SURF network, which are sitting there. So if you don't know them, SURF is the Dutch National Research and Education Network. They have a lot of locations, and they serve about 1.5 million students, lecturers, and scientists. I got from their website. To handle the data, so I got from nice person at SURF flow data of the last 2 months, which I believe are March and April of this year. Pre-filtered out the on basically only the UI64 addresses and only the actual UI64 part for the privacy of their users. I got 4.1 million MAC addresses with 22,000 manufacturers in there. I processed it in pandas because I knew that. I got some basic statistics. I grabbed 20 companies because I had some more time for this data set. I picked the top 20 and the other 10 I added from the UT data set. And to find groups, of course, with a larger data set, it's hard to do that by hand. So I processed them with dbScan, which is an algorithm used to find clusters, and stored the groups that dbScan made for me. I then, so I processed all the groups that dbScan found. I generated graphs of the entropy of all these groups per byte. And then some of the companies that had interesting graphs with TP-Link here on the screen, I spent the time to look at them, these groups manually. So again, for the general results of the survey set, I found out of these 4.1 million MAC addresses, 2.8 million AVM devices, with 1.5 million students served. That's a large number. Sadly, I did not have the time to investigate what AVM was doing there. But maybe Erik can tell us. And 124,000 DWNet, which is also a customer router manufacturer, and 88,000 Sagemcom, which also again manufactures routers and customer end devices. Some interesting entries were some car companies, Airbus and Caterpillar, and even a Destiny Engineering device, which I've gladly noted down. And so the graphs with interesting findings, the TP-Link had specifically very low entropy of 0 in these clusters. So I got some of these clusters into one table, and it was quite easy to see that they are just iterative, which is a very clear pattern. +1 is quite easy. Same with the HP, it showed the same behavior in the clusters. So that's the simplest pattern I could find. Perhaps with more data I could find other patterns, but I was not allowed to use AI, so that's sad. So some discussion points, I guess. So UI64 derived addresses are still very much used. I did not completely compare them with the entire data set, but there's still quite a lot of them out in the world. It's quite easy to find them both from passive data and actively scanning them for them by ping, if ICMP is open, as it should be. It's also should be possible to fingerprint and find these devices, and with some algorithms and large enough data sets, you can pinpoint the vendors and find their MAC address generation methods, and hopefully that should enable better and easier scanning. So some hints of future work is to actively scan for these addresses, find the ones that are only listening, and gather an even larger data set. It would also be nice if someone actually scans or measures the scanning improvement that is possible. We're looking at we're looking at the university to find someone to do that at the moment, but if anyone feels free, and to investigate even more devices. So I'm going to skip this. And I want to thank you for listening and see if there's any questions.
I have a quick question. Can you hear me?
Reasonably,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, good. Very good. Very good. Then, Anna, please take over. We don't have any questions online.
Any questions in the room?
Yeah,
If not, yeah,
I think
Peter,
maybe Eric can enlighten us regarding the 2.8 million AVM devices. That was quite interesting finding.
Okay. For the online people, he says he cannot comment on it right now. So.
Okay.
I have a question. Do you try to reach out to TP-Link about the vulnerability you found? What did they say?
I have not. So my work was part of a PhD here who was working on coordinated vulnerability disclosure. And I will definitely poke him to do that, to keep that, to put that in his work. But I did not personally do that, no.
Yeah, it would be interesting because TP-Link was recently in the press again, right?
Exactly.
Because of some backdoors and stuff like that. So we should maybe have a closer look at their devices.
Yeah, so it was a very old drop-bear version, and I already found, I did not do an extensive search, but there were a lot of ZVs made for it. Some understanding.
Maybe any other questions? Another quick question, like, so in which extent do you think that in the billions of IoT devices that we have currently in the world, which number can be actually, which percentage can be actually identified as an IoT devices by just looking at the MAC address?
So I have some numbers of the total size of the networks in my thesis, but I did not remember them. So I cannot give a clear answer on that right now.
Okay,
sadly.
we can discuss later. Any other comments, questions from the room? Okay, if not, let's thank Bart again. Thank you. And the next speaker is Andrew Losty from University College London. Andrew is a PhD student in Internet of Things, Privacy and Security. And he's here, is his first RIPE meeting, so be nice with him. He's here thanks to the RASI program, same as Bart. So let's thank again the RASI program for giving us the possibility of having brilliant presenters here with us. Okay, Andrew, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. What I'd like to do is give a little discussion, and it's a discussion really point of the Matter protocol and what it seems to be offering, one or two areas that I've been looking at. So I've just started, well, I've done the first year of my PhD, so I'm sort of gathering information. This is actually one of the areas that I'm most interested in. Now, I've got a, 1 second. So clearly there is some focus because I think there's a need, or there's a perceived need for greater security, greater standardization, and Matter might appear to actually solve some of the issues. So there's a drive towards certification, which is certainly coming in, and all Matter devices need to be certified as part of the process. Now, clearly, when the big manufacturers got together, the Apple, Google, Amazon, Samsung, when they got together, it's counterintuitive because they have been competing fiercely for market share. And so to some extent, when they got together in 2019 with the Zigbee group and formed a working group, then to some extent, you can see that what they wanted to do was very much to provide a common interactive standard. So it sounds good. It sounds good for everybody, for the developers in the fact that they can develop a single solution. For retailers and for users, they buy a single product and take it home, and it works with Apple or Amazon or Google or whichever home ecosystem they currently have. All that sounds great. And that was then launched in October 2022 as being a working protocol, and the devices received their certification, their logo, and they're on the market, ready to be used. Now the question is, or a couple of questions I'd like to sort of point out, is that clearly this has got 350 manufacturers. It's certainly gaining momentum, and so that sounds like it's a tremendously positive and egalitarian solution or platform. It might appear to be far from it in some ways, because it's the big players which dictate what the protocol does and how it evolves in the future. So to become a member, the cost is $105,000 per year at the highest level. And at that level, you get the decision-making process. And at the cheaper level, it's $7,000. So to a large extent, you can see that within the Matter group itself, there's a great disparity of real influence within them. In a way, it looks like it's open. The Matter source code, libraries and documentation are all available on GitHub. And the CSA, which manages and controls Matter now, they publicly publish the standards. So it does appear to be all open, but there's some caveats in there. The one thing about Matter is it uses standard technologies. So the networking is standard, the encryption is standard, the authentication is standard. So it has really built on existing solutions. The unusual thing that they do is use a blockchain cloud-based distributed compliance ledger. And so that the information goes, once a product is past its certification, it goes, the details are entered into the distributed compliance ledger. What that means is that devices that are not certified cannot be added to your Matter fabric. So it's a real control mechanism. Also, each Matter device has got a unique device attestation certificate, so that again it proves the validity of the device, that it cannot be added in unless it's proven to be valid, and that's via the certificate, via a certificate chain with the manufacturer acting as the intermediary and the CSA acting as the root. So there's a lot of security built in, and you can see on the picture that Matter just really sits up at the application layer, with a little bit of work done at the transport layer to increase reliability. So bulk transfers for software updates, and it has a reliable mechanism for which sits on top of UDP. This is just to say as to how it works. I think it's so up to previously, all these manufacturers had a different ecosystem, different technologies, different methods of working in their solutions. Matter came, and with one software update, Amazon added 100 million Matter devices. So that is completely unheard of in the way which we are used to looking at IoT devices in separate fragmented silos. And then Matter sits, the other thing which was important, Matter chose to use Thread, and Threads being the low bandwidth, low power mesh networking standard, but it is software compatible so that if a device supports Zigbee, it can be updated to via a software update to support Thread. So Matter wanted to get IP6 connectivity throughout, and so that's what they did. They actually, even though the standard was formed by the Zigbee Alliance, Matter wanted to put their own standard on that. And so you can see that it's a common subset of technology that all these vendors buy into. Matter versions, they've come up with 4 different versions, and what they've done is introduce separate devices with each software version. So they're looking to really control how the product expands. And what I suspect here is that because each device has got to be certified, then this gives space for the certifying companies, which act as independent companies, to actually tool up and provide that service. If they threw the door wide open and said any device can be Matter, then certification would be a major problem. But it shows that there's been 4 different major software updates, and there is a crucial bit. We're going to look at Matter software updates in a short time. Whoa, I've got to move on. So just bear in mind, we've got 4 different software updates. Matter investigation, I did a quick investigation. Matter claims here several mechanisms have been built into the Matter definition to prevent the most common denial of service attacks. So let's just see if that's true. So I tested in the lab with a range of Matter devices. First of all, just doing a reconnaissance, check the traffic. Matter runs on UDP 5540, and it uses 5353 for service announcements. Now, what it does is it cuts out most of the background. You don't see lots of different ports open. Therefore, the attack surface is minimized. We did port scans to see if the devices, some devices had port 80. That seems to be a legacy, and some devices are dual capable. So that was used though to test some of the things. And reconnaissance, so we looked to see what was the biggest. So we're looking to knock devices off the network, send large amounts of data, and rather than accepting a 65 or 64K frame, albeit fragmented, Matter devices worked well in this behavior, and they limited the largest packet to either 7 or 14K. So that actually looks good at this level. What we did then was to carry out a number of just usual, traditional, call them, denial of service attacks using IPv4 and IPv6, because a Matter generally has both addresses, even though the protocol is a designated IPv6. So just picked utilities, and what we saw basically was with the IPv4, it was fairly conclusive. We can knock the devices off the network. So the mechanisms, which are not detailed as to what they are, and it limits us a great deal, we're not defending the devices against these. And what we saw was a difference, and what it looks like it is the rate of packets being sent, because the first one, HPing3, is a raw mode attack, I'm sure that you know well, and so that can flood devices irrespective of the performance of the operating system. And so hence one set of tests failed and the other one was successful. In the IPv6, we were also successful. So that was a piece of work. We then went back to Matter to say, give us some details. Now, we've got these results. We can see that we can knock devices off the network. We want to know what your defense mechanisms are to see if they would work with us in some way. And basically, it is a closed group that signs non-disclosure agreements. And even though we approached one of the top tier designated companies, they were not in a position. So they published a 990-page matter specification, but it doesn't cover this. So there are limits there. Just another investigation that we did was just to have a look that, so we know that Matter announces service. So either the devices are uncommissioned, they're waiting to be brought into the fabric, or they are commissioned, which they are operational. We want to see what does the multicast do, and we're looking to see if the multicast is advertising services or giving away more information than we really feel comfortable that it does. So these are announced on IPv4 and IPv6. What we see here is that this is just a sample. So we've been capturing data, and clearly we've got to capture data for a range of Matter devices in different states, and we've got to compare that to non-Matter. Are they giving away too much information? And so what this does is that this is the data within the multicast advertisement, and there are many categories of data that it gives. Most of them are optional, but actually what we're seeing on quite a number of devices is that they're giving quite a lot of information out. So they're giving the vendor ID, they're giving the product ID. With that, you can go to the CSA website and look up the exact details as to what that is. Is it a sensor? Is it a door lock? Is it so you can think as to how many devices it could be. But in security terms, it means that you can sniff the network and capture quite a lot of information as to what all those devices are. So here we said we've got vendor ID, product ID, which we can identify the device. We've got a device type field, which it tells us that in this case, it's a smart plug, but it could be a sensor, it could be a lock, it could be something far more sensitive. And then it gives us a device name. Now, if that device name was, for instance, door lock rear, door lock front, motion sensor, hall motion sensor, something else, then it is really giving out a lot of information. So what we're doing at the moment is just collecting data on a range of devices, Matter and non-Matter, to try and correlate and to possibly push companies. They don't need to give most of this data out. They are optional fields. Some don't give out any data at all. And I think we are looking to address that they should provide the minimum amount of data. So we're looking at somebody who hacks a Wi-Fi, somebody who gets onto a router, whether they can carry out a detailed reconnaissance because all the multicast is seen by everybody. So what the observation there is that Matter devices expose significantly more identifying data via MDS than typical legacy IoT devices. We're saying that Matter, because it's a multi-system, because this device has got to work still with the Amazon system, the Apple system, the Google system, it's still got to be compatible with all these, then there is a feeling that it's got to advertise more. There isn't a common API that it can just use to bypass that. And so therefore, it has to do more in the multicast field. And I think that there's a trade-off there between greater local observability and the functionality. So you get the fact that the device can work with any of these environments, but there is a definite trade-off in as to what it's announcing and what it's doing. A third line of this is something that I'm going to give as a little bit of a. This is a very much work in progress. So part of the Matter 900-page specification is a very rich, detailed account as to how the Matter software update mechanism works. So we know that the regulatory environment now is calling out more and more for updates that that devices are seen to be working at the latest level, that they're receiving regular updates and everything's controlled. And so Matter does produce a really comprehensive solution to this. And so it has separate components within the network that act to do this. And it is so you have your ordinary devices. The device needs a software update. In the past, the device would have possibly gone to its cloud host provider and look to draw down the latest software. Matter does things a different way. A designated device acts as the provider. So rather than 50 devices all polling on a low throughput, low power network, one device goes out, grabs the software image and brings it down, and then distributes it via a bulk transfer protocol to all the devices. That sounds perfectly logical, perfectly good. The fact that the software is controlled within the DCL, the Cloud Distributed Compliance Ledger, means that there's a single authoritative version as to what software version is the latest version. So that deals with any ambiguity there. There are problems. When Matter launched this, though, they said, here is a very rich, sophisticated mechanism. However, most manufacturers don't actually support it. And what they do is they then allow the manufacturer to use custom methods. I presume it's because it's early in the days, but that can bypass all the methods. And there's a few concerning points here that I'm going to say. So we've got a number of devices in the lab. We've probably got 20, 25 devices. We're working with Northeastern University on this. And we look at all the devices and we can see that there's been these different software versions, 1.1 up to 1.4 with some little additions. We don't see any devices updating. And considering that the Matter protocol has been out for 3 years and there's been 4 software versions, it's a little bit surprising on that. There's only one device, which is up here, which has received a software update, and that one appears to be very much going from a beta, so what they call a dirty release, up to a recognized version. So there is a big question: where are all the Matter updates? And that's what I've been sort of looking at to some extent. There is no fixed period by which the devices need to go and poll to get a software update. That seems to be a little bit remiss. There's also another question which is strange. When I mentioned earlier that a Matter device has to be certified to become accepted into the fabric of the Matter. That certification is done with the software version. So you can look it up. You say, this vendor ID, this product ID will get a software update. No, will be certified, and it will be certified with this software version. And we're going to say most of the time that is 1.0. The company, though, to get the certification is paying $7,000, $10,000, and all the administration that goes with that. The only issue is that if they want to have the device certified for the next software version, they have to do all the same process again. And what I'm seeing in the analysis of the devices is that generally I'm not seeing that. So you can go on to there is a link on for the CSA. You can look into the DCL. You can look for software updates. And that seems to be one of these quiet missing, sort of missing components. So really, there's quite a bit of work that I'm looking to do to actually determine how the mechanism is really working. There's another couple of things, is that some of the manufacturers yet don't even claim to act as a software provider. So Apple and Google, their products don't claim. So even though they've done the software update, they're acting as a Matter device. They don't claim that their products will act as the OTA provider. So this is a little bit of the checks that are done and why I say it's a very, very sophisticated update mechanism. So all the software images are signed, but they don't have to be encrypted, but clearly by signing, you know that they've not been changed. There's a version control which says the device cannot be downgraded in its version. So if you get a software update and it's bad, you cannot roll back to the previous version. Now, that to some extent is actually one of those strange things, because if the software has got to be signed, then that clearly makes the process of getting a further update. So you've got a product which is version 1.1. You put version 1.2 on, it breaks. You cannot roll back, but version 1.3 may not be ready, and it may not have gone through the process. So I think there's a lot of areas within this update mechanism which leave concern for us to where we are. So we said that the devices have got to be oh yes, so the software updates are clearly only there for certified Matter and rollback protection we've just mentioned. Secure protocols, it's all good. Restricted update sources, so within the Matter DCL, this cloud, it specifies where devices can obtain. So it doesn't store this database, doesn't store the software, but it has the links for the manufacturers to point us to where to get their software. And then the post-update sort of validation is all in place. So if it's a corrupted image, if it's the wrong image, if it doesn't meet the checks, then it will roll back. And so this is really just a summary as to how the process works, and I think it is a very thorough mechanism, but we're not seeing it in place yet. So what I'd like, and because this area in Matter is clearly, I think it's going to be very significant in terms of there's a lot of driving forces towards it in terms of who the backers are, what their financial interests are, that they save a great deal of money, that they don't face the dreaded thing from years ago of one technology losing out against the other, because they've all bet on the same technology. So I think it needs quite a bit of scrutiny, and albeit, as I've said, I think there's a lot of security mechanisms built in on standards which are tremendously good, and it might leave us looking at other aspects to actually determine how safe and secure these devices are. But I think that I'm looking to develop interaction in terms of Matter work, and I'd very much welcome if there's anybody here sort of afterwards who'd like to discuss this, to actually discuss further. And I think that's the work so far that I've been doing on Matter. And that's where I am, I think. So.
Any questions on this in the room? Do we have any question online?
No,
Okay,
we
we got
don't
a
have any questions online.
Hi, Sander, for speaking for myself. I have a lot of questions because I'm not really into IoT and the frameworks and the protocols that are used there. One remark that I had is that it's quite funny that for a standard framework that uses blockchain, security doesn't really come at their first point. It's a quite funny thing. Another thing that I had, where are you really going with this research and all the questions that you have, since you already got an answer from Matter and the people that are involved? Like, yeah, sure, look at our documentation and we're not doing anything with that anymore.
Well, let's just say that sort of just to go back to the blockchain. So the blockchain is just saying that that it is distributed, immutable source of information. And clearly we're saying that it does two things. It verifies that the device is valid, that it's got a certificate, and that the certificate matches, which is unlike most IoT devices anyway. You don't know whether they're valid. They haven't been authenticated on the network. They've just joined the sort of the environment. So until that process is done, they are a big step up. Now, the fact that Matter came back and said, we are not giving you any information, which, well, it's not Matter. One of the leading Matter members came back with that. I still think there's a lot of scrutiny that the protocol can have. This has been part of my work during the year, and I think there's still a lot to be done. And the problem is that because there's such big names, Apple, Google, Amazon, it almost makes us think, should we question the security? Has it all been done? Is it all safe? And I think that there's a lot of reason still to do that. So building up that database of the advertisements may be a pointer that we go to some manufacturers and say, you are giving out far too much information, restrict it. So that might be do. And I think the Matter updates, we are having a problem in the fact that we're not seeing devices updating, but that is a valid question in itself. Why haven't we seen the updates? And we see what they were 3 years ago, and we see what they are now, and we're not seeing those updates occurring.
Thank you.
Neil O'Reilly, speaking in this case as a former PhD student. It's nice that the big companies are so unforthcoming in data that you get to do some detective work and write up a nice thesis about it. But it's really disappointing that they don't understand better what transparency is about, and that the only way to be sure of the security of their systems is for them to be more forthcoming. But you win from it.
Well,
and thanks for the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Are we all gone?
Thank you very much for your comment. Other questions?
I have a quick question, Anna. I was curious regarding the updates. Are you aware of any activity from the regulators to enforce regular updates? Let's say if there's unknown CVEs or things like that. I mean, usually this is something where the regulators have an interest in, right?
Well, I think that now that is actually one of the driving forces, because clearly there is the requirement to provide updates, and not all. So we saw the 4 major software version updates, but there's also been minor updates to provide security fixes. Now, unless you know what the security fixes are, and then should they be applicable to all devices or just a subset, then those are the really valid questions. It's proving to be quite difficult because of the lack of updates to actually capture that information. But we are growing our lab, the number of devices, our means to try and extract that information is getting better. So clearly we've got all those ecosystems, and you can see as to whether any of them have a trigger mechanism. So if we were in another sort of environment, if we were in one, because devices act as possibly dual mode, so it's matter or it's non-matter, what we see is that the matter offers a subset of the functionality often as the non-matter, which is a richer API. And what that means is that with those non-matter, you often see the software updates, you click and trigger them, and so therefore you've got a direct means of determining when the software updates and that you capture it. In the matter cases, most of those, so you get a Google system, you put it out, you see the devices online, but there's no button to initiate an update. And that's what, that thing is to, that lack of functionality and clarity tied into the requirement for the update mechanism seen to be working is certainly a big gap. So I think we're aware of it. We put together the connected home IP, what can I call it, development tools, and you can actually probe the devices a lot better with those, but it's still not triggering the updates in the way which we want. So what we'd like to be able to do is trigger the updates, even if they come back to us and say it is already at that software version. But the important, so we said every device has got to be authenticated. We also say every piece of communication has got to be encrypted, and therefore there's a big hurdle to overcome in terms of seeing what the requests are.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
Okay, so I think our next speaker, Anna, if I'm not mistaken, is you, right?
Okay. So this is, for the ones that weren't here in the last RIPE meeting, is a continuation of the discussion that we had about the Cyber Resilient Act. I actually invited the TC Cyber, ETSI TC Cyber EU SR chair for the Cyber Resilient Act standardization effort, Sandra Feliciano, and she should have been presented today, but she needed to cancel last minute, so I'm taking basically her place. So for the ones that weren't here last time, there is a big gap nowadays between regulations and what is happening in the Internet of Things world. For the ones that are not familiar with it, from 2027, we will have in Europe a new regulation that is called the Cyber Resilient Act, and each connected devices will need to be certified. 90% of the devices will need to be self-assessed, so they can do a sort of declaration of what they're doing in terms of security. 10% of the devices that are sold in Europe will need to have a third-party certification. Now, the problem is that for big players, it's easy to get an assessment, it's easy to get, let's say, a third-party certification, because these things are also quite expensive, so they can afford it. But what's happened to small IoT manufacturer or also small medium enterprise that needs to be compliant with these regulations? At the moment, how it works is that the European Union published the regulations itself and then gave to two standardization bodies, that is ETSI and Sensenelec, the homework to do basically the standard, to build the standards from the regulations. So ETSI is taking care of vertical standards. So in particular, smart home, security devices, there are vertical standards for password manager, operating system, etc. And the Sensenelec is taking care of horizontal standard that is going to be general security requirements, vulnerability handling. The main problem is that I see, and I wanted to discuss, I discussed it like last time in the last RIPE meeting, is that in these regulations and in these standards, network behavior is not really taken in consideration. So I'm like part of the working group that is working on this, in particular on the vertical on IoT, of course. And this is more than a talk, is a call for help. So the status at the timeline of the standard is that at the moment the draft will be published. So we have 19 drafts for vertical standard for IoT for the CRA, and they are being published for public consultation by the end of this month. This means that every one of you can basically go download the draft of the standard and comment on it. And if you're not able to do it because probably your organization is not part of ETSI, you're not a member of ETSI, then please write to me. We can discuss what's happening and you can contribute. I can be the hub basically for your comments on the standard. Why this is important is because at the moment in the standard, there are a lot of requirements. But for manufacturer, it's going to be very difficult to be compliant and to do the assessment. So the standards won't be clear, or I hope actually will be if all of us basically participate to the standard, how to understand if a device is compliant. So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to take these regulations. So for the ones that is not familiar with my work, we have a advanced Internet of Things taskbed at University College London, where we have like hundreds of Internet of Things devices. So I'm trying to take these regulations, convert them in something in metrics that can be used by can be measured by just looking at the network traffic, and produce a self-assessment for the Internet of Things devices with respect to the standard. At the moment, because the standard is not defined yet, I'm using the one that was existing until now. This is the ETSI EN 303645. But last time we discussed that basically for some of the requirements, it's very complicated to come up with objective and absolute metrics for measuring if the device is compliant with that requirement. Today, I want to give you some examples of these requirements and how we can basically measure them. And if you agree with that and you think that this is useful, I would like to have your opinion to understand if it's worth to work also on other requirements, not only the one that I'm studying, or if you have in mind some other requirements that can be placed in the standard. So basically, this will be very useful. An example of requirements, for example, that we have in ETSI 303645, and that probably also be part of the standard for the CRA, for vertical, for Internet of Things, is local connectivity. So the requirements say that a device should work even if it's not connected to the internet. It looks like a very simple requirement, right? But we discover that most of the devices that we have in the lab, including Google Nest, Arlo Doorbell, etc. So 53% of the devices that we have in the lab, they don't communicate with the related app if they are disconnected from the internet. So they don't have immediate communication with the hub, with the smartphone in that case. Every time they go to the cloud, and then it's the cloud that is taking care of the communication. So again, this is against the ETSI standard, against the draft of the vertical standard will come up for the sub-RAC Act. So it's a big problem. The same is with TLS intercept. So we have an assessment methodology that I wish will be public in the standard, published in the standard, to understand if actually we can intercept the communication between the device and the hub and the phone. So everything is running in the router, right? We discovered that we have 12 out of 51 devices that are vulnerable to this kind of attack. So actually it's possible, if you are in the local network, to decrypt all the communication, do man in the middle basically for these devices. And this is just a small sample, right? So imagine what will happen with 29 billions of devices that will need to be certified and sold in Europe in the future and follow the sub-RAC Act. If we consider other tests that we did, that are also requirements included in the current consumer Internet of Things standard, at least, so every device as at least one non-compliant with at least one requirement from the standard. So this is just a small sample. What we tested much more. So if you're interested in this research, or you have, for example, devices. So if you are an IoT manufacturer and you have devices that you wish to test, we will be take it. I will bring in my baggage and bring to the lab and test it. But basically, we did TLS intercept, local connectivity test, reply attack, encrypted traffic means that the device is sending some packets in clear, like usually upgrades or other stuff. So all the devices, for example, here are sending, I have some sort of unencrypted traffic, user port, personal identifiable information. So here we're not talking only about the Cyber Act, but also other regulations, like, for example, GDPR, if you are familiar with it. And DOS recovery and dictionary attacks. So as I say, I'm part of this working group. If you're interested of shaping the future of the CRS standard, please get in contact with me. You have the email there. So yeah, we really need your help. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. So online, we do not have any questions.
We have two questions in the room, Peter. First one is from myself. Jim Reed speaking for myself. Interesting, Mark, Anna. You were talking a moment or two ago about self-certified certificates or self-signed certificates. As you know, a lot of vendors are now making it very difficult to make use of self-signed certificates, Apple, for example. So I'm wondering if there's any visibility of the use of Let's Encrypt as a way of automating the process of generating and managing certificates, and is that starting to percolate through into the IoT vendors? Are they starting to think about that? Or
no, when I talk about certificate or certification, I don't talk about the certificate as the security certificate. I'm talking about the self-assessment certification of like a piece of paper. Yeah.
Okay. So ignore what I was saying. Talking about rubbish. Yeah. Go back to sleep, Jim. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, Anna. Thanks. Erik van Uden from the Fritz box. Interesting question related to the Cyber Resilience Act. There's a lot of products that will be under the category as important products or whatsoever. And for that, we need notified bodies. Imagine the scale what we're talking about, the amount of routers we see, just on the routers, was what my part of products. Houston, I think we have a problem because in 2027, all those types need externally by notified body certified. And I'm really serious, is this observed? Are we reacting on this, or we still wait until we have the standards? Because I think the timelines are not, from my point of view, not realistic.
Yeah, I also agree with you. So yeah, for example, from the 19 draft of the standards that we are trying to develop, half of them are like in the range of 50% completion, and luckily, yeah, I don't know if actually all of them will be published by the end of the month. But what I can say is that at the moment, in each of the sessions that we have, particularly for the IoT, I'm talking for the IoT verticals, we don't have the participation of many IoT manufacturers. And this is a problem at this stage, because you cannot complain about something that you didn't participate to. So come along and say basically what you want to say there, because this is the time before it's too late.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Ulrich Schwisser from ICANN. I was thinking this already when Andrew was talking. Well, there is actually a process where you ask people to come to you and participate, and it's called the multi-stakeholder process. Yeah. And one is that Etsy is not doing. What can I say? You can think about the success of the IETF and the other organizations in the multi-stakeholder process, whatever you want. But it is the most open one that we currently have. It has its own problems, but it assures that everybody actually can participate independently of how large your budget is.
I definitely agree. And in fact, I pointed out this with Etsy. We have some meetings. So there are some meetings between Sensenelec and Etsy that are open to any stakeholders, even if you're not a member of both Sensenelec and Etsy. So I will circulate this to the mailing list of the IoT groups. But this is a very good point. And regarding also the point that I forgot to mention of the IETF, I'm also part of the IETF, particularly the IoT Ops working group, etc. I think there are a lot of overlap between what Etsy is trying to develop and some of the IETF standards that are public there. And work that I'm trying to do is try to map what we have at the IETF with what can be done with the Etsy standard. So if you have also ideas of how to do this mapping, it will be great, because for what I understood, Etsy or Sensenelec, they are not very familiar with the IETF work. So having like this job done, let's say before the standard is finished, it will be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Anna. Excellent timekeeping, I have to say. So I think we are at the end of our session for today. Yeah. Here we have the closing sessions, the slides. So very quickly. So my term as a working group co-chair ends by next meeting, RIPE 92. As usual, the chair selection process will start ahead of the next meeting, and we will do the announcements via the mailing list as usual. And with that, all that's left to me is again saying a big thanks to my co-chair Anna for leading through the presentations of this session and being there in person. So hope to see you all at the next RIPE and wish you all a really great ongoing RIPE session and meeting. Thank you so much.
Hello, is this working? I think so. Maybe I don't need a mic at all, but louder? Louder than this? Even louder? This is on steno, you know, Raymond. Welcome everybody. This is the RIPE NCC Strategy BOF. Before I start, I'd like to thank some people. Tina is doing stenography for us. Thank you very much. Is the mic is off? Now it's back on, okay. Thank you, Tina, for doing stenography. Carla will be doing chat monitor. She'll be looking at Meet Echo. Olka will be taking us through the deck today. We have some interactive elements, so we'll be doing it through Kahoot. You see the QR code. Please sign up. We'll be asking a few questions, and Hans-Peter will be reacting to them, and hopefully you guys as well. And if I could just ask, we're part of a strategy team who's drafting this strategy and trying to bring it through to the end. Ilka is here. Smehena, do you want to stand up so people can see who you are? And Ulka as well. And obviously Hans-Peter, who's a key, you know Hans-Peter. So today, the whole point of this BOF is we want to get input from the community on our strategy. 5 years ago, I also helped coordinate our strategy, and we got quite a low amount of input on the mailing lists. So this time we're putting in a bit of an extra effort. We did an open house last week. Hans-Peter presented it. Hans-Peter did 2 presentations yesterday, not 1, but 2, which the main purpose of which was to drive people to the BOF, which is nice. And we've also, we're carrying out a member survey that's running until the end of October to get some, it's a consultation survey. We're trying to shape it so that people will give very focused input on areas that can help us develop the strategy. And I'm fairly sure some of you in the room have already taken it. Olka? Do people have people sign up for Kahoot? Do you need some time? I see people coming in. Nice. Okay, I think that's... Yeah, I'll very briefly take you through the process because this is about actual input on the strategy, so we won't spend too long on process today. The methodology we're following is diagnose, decide, deliver. We've already done the diagnosis part. This was mostly an internal project. We carried out pestle analysis, operational landscape analysis with all the teams in the NCC to look at all the factors that they're seeing as impacting them in the coming years. And using that, we created a draft strategic direction, which we've published for everybody to see. And this is the phase we're in now. The next phase, after we've gotten the input and developed the strategy further, we will work internally to develop service level strategies for our teams, for our activities. And the goal there is to align all our activities with the overarching strategy. We'll also develop a budget that will go along with our 5-year strategy, so we can say we're fairly confident we can pay for what we plan to do. And the goal is to bring this strategy to the board meeting in March 2026 for final approval. And then we will be able to create the activity plan for 2027, which will be in line with our overall strategy. So yes, now we're gathering community feedback, especially at this BOF session. We will refine the strategy based on that. And basically, this is what I've just explained. 2 slides, better than 1. So the draft strategy, and this is where I welcome our Managing Director, Hans-Peter, to talk you through it.
Thank you, Fergal. I hope my voice will last me through this presentation. So first, what is the RIPE NCC? We're one of the 5 regional internet registries that manage and distribute internet number resources. Right? Everybody knows that, right? And we do that as a non-for-profit membership organization serving 20,000 plus members across Europe, the Middle East, and Central Asia. So that's, a foundation of what we're doing. We support scalability of the internet through allocating, registering, and promoting the adoption of IPv6. IPv4 will not let us scale the internet much longer than what we do today, so V6 is important. We strengthen resilience by allocating autonomous system numbers, because autonomous means that you can decide your own routing policy. You don't have to rely on anybody else's definitions of how you want your packets routed. So that's important for resilience. And of the operation of K-route, to have diversity into the route system. We're one of many operators, and we base that on our principles and is funded by our 20,000 members. So we're not depending on, for instance, the domain market for the stability of that route name server, right? We enhance routing security through RPKI, and there are coming even more fancy security mechanisms to put on that going forward. And that's important because we need to trust the routing system. We improve transparency and stability through measurement and data services. One thing is to say that we're doing these things and doing this thing really well. We need to measure that it has an effect and that the internet is working as well, right? We implement policies developed by the community. It's not the RIPE NCC that decides to do this or that. There are community processes where anyone, not only members, but anyone interested can participate and define policies. That's pretty unique to this system. Right? Maintain an accurate registry. That's kind of the core of a registry. If you're going to have a registry, it better be accurate. Otherwise, it will not have any value over time. So that's important, really important for a registry. And in order to stay relevant, we need to engage with our members and community through transparent communication, collaborations, and events like this. Right? Oh, can't we just do everything online? Sure, we could that during COVID, but the value of human interaction directly also is important, clearly. And then, last but not least, asked as the Secretariat to RIPE, the RIPE community, supporting the policy development process. So this is the opposite order of the, my previous strategy slide, where I started with the community, right? So we can turn this core anyway. I mean, maybe this is a circle. Maybe there isn't an order here at all. No. There is a poll.
Hello? Yes. Hans-Peter, I'm going to leave you up here. So this is our first interactive question. Hans-Peter has just explained the RIPE NCC's role. It's a simple question. Do you see the RIPE NCC's role changing between now and 2031? I think we'll give you a minute to answer this one. It's a simple yes, no. Probably you don't need a minute, but if you want to have a think about this, think about what Hans-Peter listed. Do you see us doing new things, fewer things, different things? You can vote. Just once, though.
And as we learned yesterday, this is not, oh no, here's the result. Wow.
If you joined late, we're doing this on Kahoot, and you can go to the URL kahoot.it and enter the PIN, and you'll be able to join.
I mean, this is an interesting answer, because when I saw the first version of the strategy that came back from this team, well, the first version was, many pages and a lot of material, and then it's been, distilled and discussed and back to what we have shared publicly and presented. But one reaction to that was that, but this is just the same, right? So one take on what RIPE NCC is that we're actually supposed to be doing what we're doing and doing it better and being stable. This is not a speedboat that is supposed to turn quickly, but it's going to be on a steady course. But it's worth noticing here that 40% actually thinks that the role will change. And I think there is, it's not quite a 50-50. It's tendencing towards conserve the role, but I don't think we can avoid seeing that we actually need to adapt a bit as well.
I would be interested if someone said, yes, they see the NCC's role changing, as Randy is doing. Could you step to the mic, please?
Randy Bush, RGNet, IJ, and Arcus. I think we're naive to think that there won't be seriously more engagement with governments.
Thanks, Randy.
Yeah, thanks for that. And yeah, if you wonder which button I pressed, it was yes. I think our role will change, and I think this is one of the areas that will change. I think also the technology will change over the next 5 years, and we need to keep stay on top on that and still stay relevant with changes. I said yesterday, I think that I'm an AI skeptic, but I don't think we can avoid that either. Right? That's something that we need to adapt to and use sensibly.
Oh, you've got a question on Mideko? Sorry? Please,
Hi, this is Simon. As a similar statement, I also voted yes. We think 5 years. It's difficult to expect that there's no change. I don't foresee big changes, and the core roles of RIPE NCC will remain intact, and they're well covered by the strategy draft, as far as I see. But there will be, I do expect some changes in addition to what Randy says, and there's already quite a bit of engagement with governments compared to, I guess, 5 years ago, certainly 10 years ago, and that will probably continue this development. But I could also see, or I think it makes sense to think about maybe limiting activities in areas that are considered less core by the wider community. And I'm thinking, for example, of research, the thing, making use of data more transparent. This is all fine and good, but although I'm a huge fan of research and also the good work that RIPE NCC has been doing, that is something that might be contentious because it's in a way competing with research in academia and industry and so on. So that is something I can imagine as an area where RIPE NCC could focus a bit more on the infrastructure part and do a bit less of the research on top of it, for example. So it's when I said yes, it's these kinds of fine adjustments, but I'm not having any issues with the core missions of RIPE for sure.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think that's interesting feedback, and I don't think we're competing with academia in research. We have 3 or 4 full-time researchers or some part-time researchers. And one of the things that we're trying to do more of is having interns, not only on the research side, but all over the place where we would, engage with graduates and students. And then we need to have somebody they can talk to that understands what it means to do research. So, going down to 0 people that works on research, that kind of too few. One is also very fragile. So, I don't see a 30 people research department, but I don't see how we can survive or do something meaningful there with less than 3, right? So that's kind of one thing here. Another thing is that one of the things that we bring to the table to governments when we meet them is actually insight. We take data from or data that we have collected, but we can't really present that in raw format. We need somebody that can actually turn that into something meaningful that can be used by governments or others in their decision-making processes. So it's not. It's hard to find isolated areas in the RIPE NCC that we could kind of like stop doing or move to a new home. Interestingly enough, I found a slide deck from 2001 related to startup of internet in Norway, and I had a slide there on outsourcing, because the challenge if you want to outsource something, if you do it really well, you need to find somebody that can do it better and cheaper than you, but you definitely know what it is you want, right? If you don't do it well, how can you find somebody that can do it, because you don't really know it that well? So it's kind of like a delicate balance there in, yes, we can kind of outsource our research, but we still need to interact with them in some ways and speak their language. So, yeah. But thanks for the input. I'm sure people take note of it here.
Absolutely. Thanks, Sam. Carl, you have a question?
Kind of a question. Daniel Karenberg, right, Vice Chair Emeritus, says the question should have been changed fundamentally on the question.
You want different questions?
We should have a Kahoot quiz on the quality of the questions. But I presume Daniel would say, no, things are not changing fundamentally. That's what I think is implied.
No, but the way I understood him is that should the ripe disease role be changed fundamentally between now and 2031? And then I would say no, right?
Yeah. Any last comments on the role before we move on? And we get into the real nitty-gritty. Hans Petter is going to take us through the actual strategy.
Yeah, thanks. So what's come up in the proposed strategy that's circulated now is 4 anchors. Guarantee uniqueness and build trust. So the value proposition from the RIR system is that we guarantee you a right to registration of your numbers so that they're unique, right? There is a lot of people talking about property rights and so on, but I think that's, that's a different planet for me. This is a technical coordination job where for the network to operate, all devices that connect to the network needs unique numbers. And that's what the RIR system provides. We ensure the uniqueness of internet number resources and maintain control of the data for that, right? So we need to ensure that it's accurate and has integrity so it can't be changed. And we need all that we do to demonstrate trust through neutrality, transparency, authoritative data, and resilience under pressure, right? Resilience under pressure, a couple of years back, we got a letter from people saying, please deregister these and these for that and that reason. No, we can't do that because it should be an accurate registry. We don't have any opinion on what people use addresses for. We keep a record of who they are, right? And that's what we should stick to there. That's the first element. Provide responsible stewardship. So contribute to the internet security, resilience, scalability, and stability. And we do that by supporting open standards, promoting best practices and capacity building efforts, focus on technical integrity, so IPv6 deployment, RPKI, routing security, and interconnection. So that's not, things that we can do, that's things that our members can do, but we help our members to do that. Be a source of authoritative data, provide high quality neutral information and insights through our measurement platforms and tools. We have all the registry data, but the measurements give some additional layers of how these are used and what effect they have, or the way our members build and operate an internet and can be used there. Of course, there will be other players that do that. We're in a unique position to provide a neutral data set that anybody can analyze. Engage members and renew our community. I think I've said this several times now this week. I came in here as one of the young ones, and I have to realize that I'm not anymore. And it's really important that we allow new people in, right? And that they're not only invited to the party, but also are allowed to dance and select the music, right? So foster inclusive participation, invest in the next generation of leaders, maintain open, transparent, bottom-up governance, ensuring it reflects stakeholders' needs and bring value to our members and community. I think that's really important. We will not stay relevant if we just go on with the same people. Eventually we all die out, so we need new people in the room. So that's number 1, 1, 1, and 1.
They're equally important.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a feature or a bug, right? But anyway. Strategic focus areas. So this leads to 6 focus areas that will help us achieve our vision. Registry accuracy, and we need to do that by automation. There is only so much we can do by adding more and more people, and the more people that does the same tasks, the more repetitive the tasks become, the more you get chances of error. So automation, modernized technology, strengthen fraud detection, and enhance self-service. Ensure compliance with global best practices and standards. We're under increasing scrutiny from, legally the Dutch government can impose regulations on us. Those come from EU, but we serve 72, 46, I can never remember, countries, and we need to be trusted by all of them. Hence, global best practices and standards. Internet resilience and scalability through routing security, resource distribution, K-route operations, promote IPv6, routing security, and RPKI. Ensure the internet remains stable, resilient, secure, and scalable. I see things moving on the screen. I don't know if I'm touching anything I shouldn't, but okay. Data and insights. Main control over data and use automation responsibly to improve efficiency and support members, while continuing to provide high-quality, neutral insights. Community partnership and trust, renew and diversify participation, uphold openness and inclusivity, and build trust through responsible action, training, and knowledge sharing. And we heard a strong pitch yesterday in the services working group for training and knowledge sharing, because coming into this community and figuring out where to start is also, by the condensed version, facilitating training course rather than just wandering around in the corridors for 5 years and picking up bits and pieces. I don't think I ever attended a training course in my young days in the RIPE community. Maybe I would have learned much quicker if I did, right? But I've learned a lot from the RIPE community. That's what brought me back to the RIPE meetings, the corridors, talking to other people that kind of done things before me and learn from their mistakes or getting their tips. Good governance, demonstrate transparent, representative, neutral, and resilient governance, maintain a fit-for-purpose membership model that brings value to members and the community. And I think this governance thing is something that we didn't really think about at all 30 years ago. Well, then it was just a project in Tirena, so we didn't have to have a formal board or anything like that. But then over the years, we're a properly governed organization. We have developed our articles of association with better and better controls, and I would say we're quite resilient in that area. And that also applies to the community. Now, this is the RIPE NCC strategy, but we just had a discussion in the community plenary on their processes. People that sees us from outside don't necessarily see the difference, so it's equally important for the RIPE NCC that the community processes are seen as robust and good governance, right? So I think there are connections there, although our focus now is the RIPE NCC. And then agility and execution culture. And we had quite some discussion internally. Is it agile execution or is it agility and execution? And what does this even mean? Well, we need to foster a culture of delivery and accountability with strong follow-through by being focused and adaptive and goal-oriented. The risk of being, a registry with policies and procedures is that we become a bureaucracy, right? So the other extreme is that we become too agile and, oh, this is easy. Let's just skip this part of the process and jump ahead here because it seems like the right thing. Let's do what's intuitively right, but we can't do that because we have to treat everybody equally. So we need to have, a common understanding of policies and processes. But that doesn't mean that we cannot change, but we need to do that in a responsible manner. So it's a very delicate balance in an organization like the RIPE NCC. I see a lot of smiles and nods, but nobody runs to the microphone. So here comes Fergal to engage you a bit again.
Yeah, thanks, Hans-Petter. So it's quite a brief, concise strategy. As Hans-Petter said a few weeks ago, this was quite massive, I would say, and now it's 2 slides. So it is quite high level. We're going to ask, we only have 3 Kahoot questions, but we're going to go to the second one. And what we want to know is, from the 2 slides Hans-Peter just presented, do you see anything as being missing? Are we not covering anything that you consider important that we should be? And as Rudiger is demonstrating, if you don't want to do Kahoot, please come to the microphone and tell us. We want to hear from you guys. Rudiger, please.
I have not read the draft. I am quite sure the draft and the slide set is not exactly the same. And remembering Randy's comment at this mic, I note that interaction with governments or something like that did not show up in your lists so far. And if that is supposed to be important, I think it should show up somewhere. I don't have any real contribution for that or ask, but I'm just seeing, well, okay, consistency in the deliberation calls for something.
Thanks, Rudiger. Yeah. Yeah, we take note of that. Andre?
Andrei Robashevsky, Global Cyber Alliance. Well, one thing I also wanted to mention that, yes, this external sort of, the RIPE NCC in this world, how they maintain relationship, and it seems like the importance of those relationships, especially with governments, would only increase. Another thing I wanted to bring up in the same area is that RIPE NCC operates only part of the global registry. So, and I know there are some efforts underway, like RPKI program, which I applaud, which tries to harmonize certain things that global consumer can see one single registry instead of 5 sort of fragmented things. So where does this kind of work fits in the 6 areas? Thank you.
Thanks, Andre.
Yeah, I can respond to that with governments and the other RIRs and so on a bit, because I tend to think about community in the biggest possible sense. You know, I see all governments in our service region and all other governments as part of our community. No, that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be called out and specified in more detail, and we should do that. But in my thinking, you know, community is all the external players around us in various forces. And then, you know, on the high level, then I don't distinguish between them. But then the moment I start to call out some, they become more important than others. So I think it's important to do that in the next level, in the next strategy document. So let's make sure that we pick that up. It's a very good point. And we don't do this alone. Should we do more on coordinated way? Why do we have 5 RIRs? Why don't we just have one with you know, things around the net? So let's do some mergers and acquisitions here, right? That comes with a lot of you know, challenges in itself. Resilience is in one, right? If you have just one and that falls all over, there is nobody else to take over. It also is large differences in thinking on governance and policy and whatever around the world. So we may lose some of the diversity in the system by you know, merging all of them into one. But that doesn't mean that we can't have a stronger collaboration together, right? Like in the RPKI program.
Danko.
Danko Ertic. So I will come back to the governance. But first, reading all these priorities, obviously I see execution, stability, and internal governance. But in my opinion, like the financial stability should be also there explicitly, more or less. Obviously, it's implied, and I don't have any challenges there. I assume everything is fine, but we know that what we all went through in that sense. On the governments, I don't think that European Commission sees itself clearly as the part of the larger community. I had some experience in talking directly with them, and I think that the important role of RIPE is not seen well enough, and I think it should be one of the strategic priorities. Obviously, the service region is large. I'm personally coming from Serbia, not a European Union country, but we know that the EU Commission is world leader in regulation, and speaking with them, they often say, oh, we have our own experts. We don't need advice from technical community, but then we see what is happening. And I think it needs to be there in this next strategic plan.
And I think the internal focus and the external focus is interesting here, because for me, it should be comforting to all the governments that I'm saying and to the community and all the other players that I all recognize them equally, right? That I think about them the same way. Now, of course, for the European Commission to see from the outside that I don't recognize them specifically, that's actually a strength to all the governments outside the EU, but a weakness to the European Commission. So how do we balance that? Because if I call out the European Commission, I have to call out everybody else there as well. So I think that's part of the balance there in how we describe that. And I've felt some comfort in saying that I think about the community in the widest sense. It includes governments, regulators, law enforcement agencies, copyright holders, you name it.
And sorry, one more thing. I know that European Commission worries very much about root servers, seeing them as a very American thing, but we know care root is here and it's very good and important. And this is also part of the message that is not really understood widely. Thank you.
Root name service is an interesting thing because, and that can be a discussion in its own, and it's going to be next week at the ICANN meeting. The root server operators today are merely content distribution function. Right? There is a content coming from IANA, it's digitally signed, and the only thing we can do is to pass it on or not, right? And if we don't pass it on, then nobody wants to use us anymore, so then we're irrelevant. But it's important as a function that went away when we started to sign the root. And I think what the European Union wants is to ensure control of the content of the root, which they can't do by regulating the root server operators in Europe. But that's a very long discussion. Peter.
Peter Koch. Everybody says they're speaking for themselves, and so do I. But as affiliation DNIC, of course, and not speaking for them, wherever. Anyway, question to Fergal: is the poll actually open?
Yes, please. We can open it. Yeah.
No, I was wondering whether it was me or not. But anyway, since I'm here, the building blocks of the strategy are good, I think. Well, sufficient. My German background, that is actually a compliment. And I think there are some things in the detail in the previous discussion between you and Danko surfaced a bit of this. Because given the geopolitics, the preparation for one future is maybe not enough. So, and maybe the board has done that already, but there are different tools like foresight, where you think about the doomsday scenarios or crazy scenarios, and then you wake up at some point and something happened in the US and all these crazy scenarios appear reasonable. So doing that in a way, it might be covered by the agility, but agility is, I guess, more tactical than strategic, and shifting that a bit might actually help. And then again, in the details, promoting IPv6 to pick just one good thing, but maybe not at the same level as RPKI, because in that the NCC has an operational role. Where the other is good for the future of the internet, so to speak, but not so much. The others need to do that as well. So at that level, I'm not missing anything at the building block level. Thank you.
No, I think that balance between where we actually have an operational role ourselves on RPKI versus IPv6, where we do have a role in distributing the resources, and the thinking that has developed, I would say, over the 5 years is that this is important for the growth of the internet. So if we don't get you guys or members to implement V6, the growth of the internet will stop, right? Something will happen with the network, right? Or it will change in nature. So that's why it's in here now. But I do see your point. It has been lower on our radar and not that high in our strategy, and you can see it's not been high in our activity plan for some years. And we're getting no push that we should have it more visible and we should do more in that area. So that's one of the things that we need to a priority that we need to set for going forward, because we can't really swap every year back and forth on whether we should do more or less in that area.
Rudiger?
Coming back a little bit to previous things, actually, I question your extremely inclusive approach of saying, well, okay, everybody we have to do with is community. I think one has to recognize that, well, okay, there is one entity, and kind of it is living in an environment and has to respond to what the environment is doing. Kind of, well, okay, where are you acting and where are you receiving stuff? So kind of just saying all the government relations and so on can be said, well, okay, they are. Chancellor Merz is member of a community. I don't believe that.
So I think it's an interesting thing, because RIPE&CC has not taken the word multi-stakeholder too much in our communication, right? But that's the foundation of the rest of the ecosystem. I can preach as multi-stakeholder. Some of the other RARs stronger than others are saying multi-stakeholder. We do not give the governments a special role. They're one of the stakeholders. So I've kind of built on the community term here, and maybe we need to change that. I'm open for that. If we'd been, a CCTLD, to take an, example, that it's very easy for Peter to, treat the German government in a very special way, because they have ultimate jurisdiction over a company in Germany, and Germany is your main market, right? So that's simple. The Dutch government has been a very good home for the RIPE&CC for the last 30 years. And I think the question for the next 30 years, which actually resonates with this, should we do some scenario planning and look at the doomsday scenarios? Are we guaranteed that that will last, right? And if you read the activity plan for next year, I put it in a sentence there that where I say that we should be resilient beyond national borders. So, you could take the picture from a children's novel, When I Grew Up. The flood is coming, the dikes are bursting, right? The Netherlands are flooded. Well, we can fix that by making sure that at least one of our data centers are above sea level. We've done that now, right? It wasn't like that last year, interestingly enough. But maybe we need to have it outside EU as well. Like Proton Mail, they have 3 data centers, one in Switzerland, one in Germany, and one in Norway, as far as I know, right? 3 relatively stable countries with strong privacy thinking and so on. That's good. Maybe we need to think similarly. Easy to pick 3 countries within European Union or European Economic Area, but what about the trust from the Middle East and from Central Asia and from Russia and Iran, right? Do we need to completely rethink the registry and make a distributed set of databases that are located in the jurisdiction of our members, so that we can fulfill the digital sovereignty? Because when you say sovereign, that's the sovereign, that's the country, that's the government. So when you're saying digital sovereignty, does that mean that the Dutch should control everything, that EU should control everything? I'm trying to avoid that word. I fully subscribe to the idea that the RIPE&CC should control all its own data, and that's something that I also think needs to be reflected in the strategy going forward. But should it be controlled by one government?
Well, example for what I'm thinking is, I didn't see anything that would lead to the usual NCC roundtables in Brussels. That happens where you are talking to the EU and others in a way where other members of a community are excluded, probably for good reasons. So claiming one community obviously is a little bit overgeneralizing. But yeah, I stop here.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point, and I think that definitely should be added. I agree with that. And I think also we're not only doing roundtables in Brussels, we're also doing it in Central Asia, Southeast Europe, and in the Middle East, right? So they're all very different, both in maturity and in the way the dialogue is, but I think they're all very useful in their own way. And to some extent, there is much more interest in Northwestern European countries for these roundtables than, I can kick at my own Norwegian government for not having shown up for years now. So that's.
Yeah, just speaking as a cooperation working group co-chair, I just want to remind everyone that European Commission is part of our community because my co-chair is from European Commission, Achilleas Kimos. Sadly, he's not here today, otherwise he would probably go to the mic. But also to follow up on Rudiger's suggestion, yes, I think we had a kind of a dream. It would be nice if cooperation working group would also have some kind of roundtable, so it's more recognized. And yeah, the maturity is very different, so one would have to take that very carefully.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Okay, I think we should move on. We have 15 minutes left and people have to get ready for ripe dinner, of course. So moving on, so we've carried out a member survey. We think it's important to not just get a full community view, but also hear directly from members who will finance this strategy effectively. And we did have some questions that were the sort of things we see in activity plan discussions and general meeting discussions, and they're mainly about focus. But we asked these questions, we got about 70 responses. Firstly, on the strategic direction, there was quite a high level of agreement, which was nice to see, of course. We then asked about the registry function at the RIPE NCC. And we asked if there needed to be much change. People don't see much change in this. Moving on to our other activities, pretty similar, really. A little bit more change, maybe, but also leaning towards a little change in that area. And then finally, we did ask about individual services and activities. You can see for the registry-related functions, database, registry, also information services, largely no change, very few people saying they want less focus on these things, quite a few saying more focus.
So looking at this, the previous one, is that the safest way ahead with those services is not to change anything, right? It's a very, the majorities are not. This slide is a bit different there, right?
Yeah, this slide we do see a few more people asking for less focus in L&D and exams, certifications, and a little bit in research, but also largely no change, I would say, as at least the most common one, especially around community coordination, and quite a few people asking for internet governance to have more focus, which is probably reflected in what we heard already today, I would say.
And it's probably within the error margin, but there is a slight preference for more research analysis and less. There is a slight preference for less on exams and certifications, while it's actually over the times with the responses, the learning and development, the training webinars and so on, that's more balanced now. Slight preference towards more, but not really that much anymore. But internet governance activities, that's clearly something that there is a call for more focus.
And I think interesting that this is the membership that we asked directly, so it's quite encouraging actually to see that.
And that's one of the challenges, we have the community and one person in the RIPE meeting say we should do this, and we go and do it, and then 20,000 members have to pay for it, right? That's one of the decision-making process that is difficult. And this is one of the things that we hope to do now, that we get the strategy ahead published and that we now start to work on a 5-year plan and that we get a new charging scheme in place that funds that 5-year period so that we can have stability and work on doing that well for the next 5 years. We don't have to fight for funding every year, so to speak.
We also added some of the comments that we got. We have some open text in these areas. You can see them here. Appreciation for all these things that we've talked about, Hans-Peter has covered. Stable operations, political engagement with political actors, and continuity for the community. There's been comments that the strategy says where we are more than where we're going in a whole new direction. Request to preserve neutrality and our authoritative role, and keep costs low. Costs comes up quite frequently in the member survey. If we go on to comments on the registry function, yeah, most comments are saying the registry function works very well, and if there's improvements, it's around automation and self-service, which I think if you were at services yesterday, you would have heard us talk about that. Quite a few members do ask, and we see it on mailing lists quite often, to reduce all other services apart from the registry, which is something that we hear quite a lot. There's a comment that the delegated trust is risky in the registry system. Request to expand RPKI services to legacy holders, and
I think that one is actually interesting because we can offer RPKI services to legacy resource holders. It's just that we need to identify them and have them sign a piece of paper so then we know who they are. Should we offer RPKI services to somebody we don't know who are, or whether they actually can document that they hold these resources? Big question mark. Funded by all the other members? Does that make sense? Right? No, I'm asking this in a provocative way. And how can somebody that got resources back in the 80s, how can they think that they can continue to operate services on those resources without ensuring in any contractual way today that they're part of the system? That's something that baffles me right now. And I know now that with the focus on RPKI, for instance, in Norway, I know that quite a large portion of the addresses used in the academic network, and I know the people that got them, and I know that they were working for a government agency when they got them, but the paper trail to the academic network today has not been updated. So they're listed as, or they were listed as legacy resources back in June. I don't know if it's been fixed by now. I don't follow that closely, but they couldn't enable RPKI on them. And they actually then have to go and document that, they have actually been transferred through whatever history to the academic network today. And hopefully nobody else in the government would dispute that. And then, of course, they can be covered by RPKI, and the academic network won't even have to pay more because they're already a member. But we can't just let them enable that without doing the checks of that, because then anybody could walk in from the street and say, hey, I got this email address that was registered in the database 30 years ago, and please accept my rights to the registration here. So that's part of the challenge there, I think. So I'm all for doing that, but we need to have some checks and balances in place.
I think the true language is, well, okay, you are essentially forcing NCC membership, direct or indirect. Else there will be no Lear access account. No Lear account, that access account that actually enables the RPKI functions. And just playing the devil's advocate, if a few parties don't pay, the improved security of the overall internet actually helps. And yes, one might start to discuss whether unidentified ownership of resources should result in blocking them. Certainly not here, and I do not want to start that discussion, but devil's advocate, that's a potential argument.
So Our real life is that we have two parties that comes and claims this, and they both come with convincing arguments. Which one do I give this account to, and how do I do that, right? It's not about the technical implementation.
No.
It's not necessarily about the money. That's the charging scheme. It's about how do we verify who is the rightful.
I did not question the necessity of actually identifying stuff.
Thank you.
And kind of what the modalities are for establishing that in a legacy case kind of is a can of worms.
Okay, thanks, Rudy. We'll move on to the comments on the next.
I don't think I can click. You're clicking.
No,
right?
Olga has to click. She's in real control in this
I've
meeting.
been clicking
actually.
here and nothing is happening. Yeah, no, I.
So some comments on non-registry activities. There was a suggestion to increase inter-OIR cooperation, also to save costs, I think was part of that, and to improve processes, increase the focus on research and analysis to help maintain a stable internet and internet governance activities, which comes up quite a lot. There was a note on the increasing importance of the IGF as a forum to be involved with. If you were at NCC services yesterday, you would have seen the panel discussion on AI, which we found very useful in the NCC in helping us to figure out where we're going to go with that. But it's kind of also reflected, I think the vibe from yesterday kind of came true in the survey as well, I would say. Yeah, we mentioned where people wanted increased focus and reduced focus, and we did have more than one comment about spinning off non-registry functions to save costs for members, which I think Hans-Peter covered.
Yeah, and
earlier.
I've been spending some time on that, and in my previous job, I was working for a commercial company that was doing and is doing mergers and acquisition. When I left, there were 10,000 employees. Today, 5 years later, there's 17,000 employees. But they've also spun off quite a lot of things that are not core anymore. So it's, I think they're doing one acquisition a week, right? That's a completely different environment than we're in. Now, RIPE-NCC has some tradition into spinning off activities. Center started as a project at the RIPE-NCC with the project manager, right? We were the home of, getting that off the ground, and then they moved out and grew up and kind of forgot about their parents, but that's okay. We cooperate today, and we have one of the DNS server implementations that's now developed by Elenet Lab. That was a project in RIPE-NCC that was then funded and spun up, and then it's living and thriving somewhere else. So it's not that we cannot do that we haven't done that. The thing is that if we spin off something and find a new home for it, then if we need that service, we would have to buy it back on arm's length terms. That doesn't necessarily become cheaper, at least short term. And then we lose the risk of not having that service there in 2 to 5 years, because unless that entity finds other revenue streams and build other funding for that service, there is no guarantee that the service will be there and that we will have that service in the future. And I think we have an example from a sister organization or another organization in our ecosystem, Internet Society, that spun off their managed program now, gave them funding for, was it 5 years? I'm really curious to see, and I sincerely hope it goes well, that there is other funding coming in after those 5 years, so that very important program doesn't die out, right? So if we're going to take something that we're doing today that we want to spin off like this, and it is important for the RIPE-NCC to have that service, then we need to make sure that it stands on its own 2 feet. It was a call for more collaboration between the NROs earlier on here, right? Why do we develop 5 backend systems to run a registry? Maybe 1 or 2 would be enough, right? Maybe we could consolidate in that way to save money. We're developing 5 different RPKI implementations, right? Maybe 2 or 3 would be enough. There is a lot of things there, but some things have happened as well. We have spun off the validator project at RIPE-NCC. That's now, we actually closed it down and open sourced it, but there is nobody actively maintaining it anymore, but there are luckily 3 or 4 other validators that are living and growing. So we are doing it in small scale, but it doesn't really have a big effect on what we're doing.
Yeah, and I think finally there was some final comments. Request to expand the membership to reduce costs. Reducing costs is a reason for a lot of the comments, I think. There was a comment that there's no mention of avoiding vendor lock-in, and a comment not to delve too much into environmental issues, and the comment that geopolitical developments make neutrality very difficult to maintain. We just have a couple of minutes left. Would anyone have any last thoughts or something they would like to say before we... Leo?
I did mention it. I'm Leo, by the way. I did mention it by email, but I'll say it out loud. I am not entirely enamored with the word neutrality that you've used throughout. I see neutral as being a midpoint between 2 extremes. I think you mean impartial, and we're not taking sides. And because this is a document that is going to have people from governments looking at it, I think you want to be careful about the wording. So maybe I'm wrong, but I would encourage you to think about the choice of word.
Thanks for that, Leo. And while I buy your argument, before having an opinion on it, I want to go back and see what we have used in our communication over the last 20 years. Because if we change from neutral to impartial, then that will be a change. And what does that mean? So, you know, if we have used that word for a long time, leaving it for something else, then it needs to be something better. And but I don't know how strong we've subscribed to neutral, but I've seen it in a lot of places. So.
I've written it a lot of times for sure. So, but I think, as with all the comments today, the strategy team is going to go through each one and see what we need to do with the document, and we'll do that in close consultation with Hans Petter.
Yep.
So thank you very much, everyone. We do have one more question, because the Ripe Dinner is happening soon, and I know we're... oh, we did have a question, and actually, I just want to leave this up for a second. We probably don't have time to delve into all these, but Hans Petter mentioned in the open house last week that there are some areas where, you know, and I think we got some today, actually, talking about the balance and how we engage with governments, etc. But these are areas where we feel it would be useful for the strategy development to get your opinion. And you can do that on the list, you can do it on a survey, you can email the strategy team at strategy@ripe.net. That's a really good way to get your input to us. And I think we're just about out of time. And to help you go on your way, we have one last question. And we're going to ask you to vote with your feet. We're going to ask you to get out of your chairs and come over here if you think it's a bad strategy. If the strategy makes you sad. This is some... Come to Smahina. She looks very happy, so I don't know if she should be on the sad side. And if you think it's generally good and makes you happy, please walk over here and come over to Roman. Roman is our happy person today. So come stand where you think, and in the middle, neutral or impartial.
It's unfair. That side is to the only working exit, right?
That is
I guess so. So I thought I disclosed it.
We're all leaving anyway, so you might as well take part.
Slides are not published. So the last slide with points. Nobody's going to remember.
For people on MeetEcho, you can drop a pin on the scale here as well. So our remote participants can say where they land. Piotr, I'm interested to see where our board stands on our strategy.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, guys, if we can wave at the photographer, we have a bit of a human data visualization here. Thank you very much. And thanks very much for attending the BOF. We'll make an announcement on this. We'll publish the stenography is there. We recorded it. Thank you all for your input. And enjoy dinner.
Another point. Yes. I already did meeting yesterday at the GM.
Coming to you.
And kind of your yes for your first slide. You said, I think I get the correct wording. Serving community feedback via the member survey and kind of other point of observation. But okay, let me put in the names. Constance this morning told me that she was disappointed that she could not exactly. Yeah, so yeah, sure. Yeah. Well, okay, no, but kind of, I can see that formal arguments for